look like I crawled out from under a bridge.
That's
Millennium Hand and Shrimp.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Hey, we're live.
Oh, we are.
And nice. We're back.
We're
back with the 14th episode of the best damn bookish podcast on this platform.
I would concur with that.
Do you hear me, Alan? Do you hear me?
Oh, I hear what Jimmy Nuts is cooking.
That is right. And I feel I can hear the chat. I can hear them through text. It's a fired up Friday right now. I'm a little fired up. I'm a little bit fired up because chatting with Nuts is my favorite thing to do.
This is so much fun. I love this thing.
I love this. And I always love the fact that I can count on you to show up. And tonight's podcast is actually sponsored by Zevia. I'm just kidding.
Oh my God. I was like, really? Nice. I've also never heard of that.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's flavored with stevia. They don't use aspartame or any of that garbage. It's very, I would say it's very Californian, but I get it in cans around here. They're starting to carry it. It's very good. It's very good. Nice. I like it. But this podcast is kind of brought to you by all my patrons. And I just want to give a special shout out to all my patrons. And specifically tonight, I want to give a shout out to Stuart Carver, who is in my chat right now. I believe it is his birthday. So everyone,
happy birthday, Stuart.
Yes. Wish Stuart a happy birthday. He has been around since the beginning of my channel, really. And is a huge Sharp fan, by the way, Alan. I know you.
Yes.
So we got to give it up to good old Stuart. Happy birthday, my friend.
Yes, Felix Natalis.
Yes, whatever that means.
It's happy birthday in Latin.
Oh, I knew that.
You could probably derive it from context clues.
Yeah, I mean, I knew you know Latin, and I was confused. And I think those two things go together. We got everybody in here. Let's go. Happy birthday, Stuart. Look at all this praise. This is great. This is what we do. We lift each other up, even when we're being slightly boisterous about how quality this podcast is, which is
Guns of the Dawn is so good, Stuart. It's sharp.
This is perfect because Stuart told me this week. He said, I did my Patreon hangout, my Kingsguard, and he said, hey, will you do me a favor? Will you ask Alan to talk about Adrian Tchaikovsky, or how do you say his name?
Adrian Tchaikovsky, yeah.
Oh, I'll say Adrian from now on. Just ADT, ADT, if we will. Can you give us a rundown of who Adrian is, the books that he writes, and your impressions, and maybe who would like him? Because Stuart was very interested. And to be honest with you, Adrian Tchaikovsky, however you say his name, seems to be as active, if not more active, than Brandon Sanderson, who gets all the praise in the genre. So I'm very curious to see if maybe we can get
incredibly prolific. And I didn't know until when we tried to find, we were trying to expand into more Flintlock fantasy, and we found that there was a standalone Flintlock called Guns of the Dawn by Adrian Tchaikovsky, who I knew wrote Children of Time. That's what everyone knows.
That's what I knew.
Famous book right now, Children of Time. And that's his sci-fi, but he writes sci-fi and fantasy. And Guns of the Dawn is a Flintlock fantasy with very minor magic. And it's like Downton Abbey meets Richard Sharp meets a freaking Jane Austen novel. Like the heroine in Guns of the Dawn she's so great. Like Emily Marshwick is wonderful. And so we read Guns of the Dawn and we're like, this is so freaking good. His writing style is very accessible, very easy to read. He is excellent at crafting, the characters are believable, but okay, so much happens in a Tchaikovsky novel where other novelists would take a whole book to do something that he takes 2 chapters to do. It goes so fast. And he's really good at writing setting. The swamp in Guns of the Dawn, because that's where this war is taking place, he writes it to where it feels so oppressive, and you're hot. You are so hot reading it. Yeah. It's just you're sweating and uncomfortable, and you want to go home just like they do. The swamp becomes a character in and of itself. And so then in my Discord, I had when we finished Red Rising read along, I had them vote on what we wanted to read next, and people voted for Shadow of the Apt, which is his debut series, which is a 10-book series that came out in the span of I think he released 10 books in 6 years. Jesus. It was when he got published, he had the first 4, I think, written when he first got it published. And so the first 4 make up a complete arc. And then 5 and 6 apparently are more standalone stories. And then there's another 3 and another 2 that are other arcs. But we read Shadows of the Apt last month. And oh my gosh.
Book one, right? That's just book one.
Book one, Empire in Black and Gold. And there was so much in it that this man is so creative. Like, it's people who have characteristics of insects. They're not insects, but they're people who kind of have some physical characteristics, but they also have like abilities based on their insect. Like the mantis kindin, they're called. The mantis race have like bone spurs they can use as claws. And they're just very severe and very like traditional people, but they're warriors and they're feared warriors. And they fight with like this retractable blade that looks like a mantis claw. And it's military fantasy. And I did not realize how much military fantasy it was. And it's so good. More happens. For example, like there's a part in the first book where one of the characters ends up with a gang having to repay a debt that, you know, they did her a favor and it's got to repay a debt. And normally that plot line would take the entire book of a first book. It's over in 2 chapters. And I was just like, what? Like it's already over? And so sometimes it can feel a little quick. But most of the time, it just is so brisk. And he just moves the plot along. And the characters, the way he characterizes, he uses so few words. He characterizes through the way they talk and the way that they act. He doesn't do a lot. I mean, he does some physical description. But as far as these characters' persona, he takes these archetypes and makes them, like, he just makes them feel different. Like the main bad guy in the first book is this loyal soldier to the emperor and the empire. And that we've seen that before. But he is so interesting in how he views loyalty to the empire versus loyalty to the emperor. And even though he does things like that, you know, the empire wouldn't like, when it comes down to it, he will do anything, even things that he finds reprehensible, because he doesn't view it as wrong. It's for the empire. It's for the empire. At least that's the front he's putting. But then we start to see like, there are some things that haunt him that he's had to do. And he's just this really like kind of charming villain who you can see is trying to like keep his rage down. And the character moments are just so powerful. And it was that way in Guns of the Dawn. And Shadow of the Aft isn't as well written as Guns of the Dawn, but it's his freaking debut. And it's so good as a debut.
Oh, that's his debut. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And so he has so many books. He's got more than 20 books out. Many of them sci-fi, many of them fantasy, and they are the ones that I have read. I'm on my 3rd one, Dragonfly Falling, the 2nd book of the Apt. I'm halfway through. The premise of the book has already changed from what I thought the book was going to be about. So much has already happened. It's already better than the first one, and I'm just like, I haven't read today. What am I going to do? I must find out what's going to happen. He's just really, really. I think that he is extraordinarily underrated. I have not read Children of Time, but pretty much everyone I know that's read Children of Time loves it. And that is his most famous one on BookTube as far as I know. But I think Tchaikovsky is a fantastic writer.
Yeah, I've actually heard Children of Time is fantastic. One of my patrons, Pat, he's very high on that book. And he actually, I know there's 2, but he felt like one was good enough where he could come back to it later, which is always a really cool thing.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's kind of hectic, whenever he puts something together. And I kind of like that. Would you compare his pace similar to a John Gwen? Because I'm a weirdo. I like methodical paced books. I really do, for the most part anyways. But I find people who are also a little quicker, like an Evan Winter or a John Gwen, I also can appreciate that. Where would you stick him on the scale of quickness?
So slightly, I'd say slightly slower paced than Gwen. He does have slower moments. Like there is that time to breathe that Philip
that's
always
important.
talks about. Yeah, there's the time to breathe, because that's when we have these really powerful character moments are in the but when these times to breathe happen, they're so juxtaposed against what is like this war that is taking place. So when the bad guy and the good guy meet in a bar and are sitting there having a drink, the tension of this drink, because we know that he's only having a drink with him to try to like gauge his measure, or he's planning something, and that this has to be some kind of diversion because there's a war going on outside. So even a scene in a bar where the 2 guys are talking is just underlaid with so much tension that it's so good. It's so good. It doesn't rush from place to place, but it does. When things happen, things are happening briskly. He keeps up the urgency of war because it is a military fantasy, and war is an urgent situation.
But yeah, usually.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
if you're not urgent, you're usually losing, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So, I mean, this sounds really good. The thing that has kept me from reading some of his books is the fact that they're not small. They're like 650 pages, which isn't, I mean, it's not the biggest I've read, clearly. But that's no easy task. So it's even more impressive. He has 20 books, and it seems like most of them are north of 500 pages.
Yeah.
And it sounds like they're quality.
Because Jake always dunks on me when I talk about how 600 pages is long. I agree with you. But yeah. Jake Bishop would be like, boom, that's nothing.
Oh, that's because, you know, he's too busy rereading The Wheel of Time or Stormlight for like the 8th time.
Exactly.
Good a job, Jake. Sick of this shit. Good job. I'm just kidding, Jake. I love you. I want to go back up. Scott said, let's get started. Alan needs to read Abercrombie and cover it excitedly on his channel. I agree so much with this statement. And I know you're getting FOMO from this big release week.
Everyone keeps telling me to read Abercrombie. Andrew, actually, in the chat is the only one who tells me, him and like one other person say that I'm not going to like Abercrombie. But most everyone is pretty confident I'm going to.
I think, so here's the thing about, here's what I expect from you. I think it's going to be interesting to see if you really love it. I think that you will at least get a lot of things to talk about.
Yeah, and I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, you're going to be able to either praise or rant. And I think it'll be one of those things where you think it's well written, but characters will upset you. And I would love to see some of your reactions, especially this new trilogy and the way I finished Wisdom of Crowds. And it's my favorite First Law book out of the series. And I'm going to have a review, I think, this weekend.
From what I hear, I think I'm going to enjoy the second trilogy more.
I think everyone does, honestly.
Yeah. So
he just leveled up a lot.
Yeah, Abercrombie is definitely on my list to get to next year, along with Stormlight. And I mean, that's the best I can do.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot.
Abercrombie and Stormlight, and nothing else.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those are two pretty big series. That was kind of I did those in the same year as well, and it's interesting because they're very opposite. And I felt like they balanced each other really well.
That's cool. That's cool.
What's up, Chaz? He says Abercrombie is great, not my absolute favorite, but half on my list of favorites. I see some people saying they don't like Abercrombie.
Stuart said don't bother.
Yeah, well, Stuart, it's your birthday, but you're wrong. So I'm feeling spicy tonight. I don't feel like putting up with this slander from my boy Joe Anaconda. You know,
look, Jimmy's had enough, guys.
I've had enough. Okay. Fair and balanced isn't what we're doing here now. Okay. I'm becoming a charlatan. I'm trying to catch up on the chat. Abercrombie's always one that gets people talking. Heroes is an amazing single battle focused book. Yes. And it also has some of the most humorous moments in First Law, specifically a character named Gorst, who is among my favorites.
That's awesome.
Scott, who has read a ton, says First Law is among his third overall.
Nice.
You know, I don't know. Wait, what is this? Correct about First Law and also happy birthday. Amanda, knock it off.
Good Amanda.
What are you doing here? What in the world? My Jim review. Yes, I will be reviewing Wisdom of Crowds this weekend. I'd like to do a spoiler discussion for that, but that'll probably be in a few weeks whenever everyone actually reads it. You know, Wisdom of Crowds is popular, Alan. And I think because it is popular.
Is that the segue?
Yeah, it was pretty. You know what? I'm gonna trash the segue. Let's just call a spade here. There is a holy war on BookTube right now, and folks, if you've missed it throughout the week, Alan put out an attack on I believe Michael Knipp. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, Michael
Knipp is
once my brother.
Once Alan's brother, a fellow booktuber, has a channel over there, and he released a video this week, and I don't know why he did it, because it was wrong.
Duke of hot takes.
He was making the case, and you can watch the video if you'd like at another time. You don't want to leave the stream, of course. Essentially, the argument was that popularity is the only objective barometer for a book. As I say that, I feel myself losing brain cells.
I strongly disagree with Michael's statement.
Yes. And Alan has made a response video trashing Michael and him as a person. Not really, but he did have a very strong hyperbolic response, which I thought was actually really, really well done. by the
I
way.
appreciate that.
I enjoyed the little bit of flair you added to it. But why don't you maybe give just a little bit of an essence of your argument against the fact that popularity would be an objective way of measuring how good a book is?
Yeah. Okay. So like, again, Michael and I need to make the caveat. Michael and I are both being hyperbolic for effect. Like he's playing devil's advocate on the popularity thing. And it's because he's been gone for 2 months and is trying to come back and like, make a splash. And because he just had a baby. So he's back on BookTube and is trying to like ruffle some feathers because he made a video before about how reviews are subjective, which I mean, most people will agree that reviews are subjective.
Yes.
But he's in this, he's saying that, that because the one thing that you can measure is something's popularity, it's sales numbers, how many people are reading it, how many people are buying it. That is something you can quantify. It is therefore, it could be considered the only objective metric of whether or not something is good, because if a bunch of people are consuming it, it must therefore appeal to a large number of people. And if a large number of people have found something that they like about it, then the argument could be made that its objective quality is greater than something that fewer people enjoy, because who decides like the objective metrics of what something, like we don't have a single standard of
a rubric scale.
Yeah, we don't have a rubric like of what makes something good and what doesn't. So I understand the argument. It's just wrong because, and what kills his argument is the fact that demagogues exist. We are so influenced by the things that people say, our mood when we read it, what's happening. Like seriously, we are. If you're in a bad mood and you read something, like the thing is there was, what is it, like freaking. I had an example earlier, but I didn't read something for a long time because everyone was talking about it. And I knew if I went in to read it because everyone was talking about it, like I would be irritated and looking for something to be, hipster on. So I let it die down. And once like the fanfare died down, I read it and loved it. Just like I would have. But if I was going in with like is it popular? Like I would be influenced by that. In addition, like, we try to pretend like we are robots. We're not. Like, that's why the judge can't tell you to strike. Like, the jury will disregard the attorney's remark. No, they're not going to. They'll be like, do you remember when that attorney like said that he has a pattern of murdering women? He's been on trial 6 times for murdering women, even though that got thrown out in freaking, in pretrial or whatever. Like, they're not going to forget that. They're going to be like, oh, he definitely murders women, convicted. You know what I mean? Like, you can't enter it into a computer and spit out, this book is an objective 8 out of 10. Like, right. We are just colored. We're colored by the need to fit in. We're colored, but FOMO colors a lot. If there's books like right now, last year, it was Rhythm of War. It was a lonely corner of BookTube in November of last year, and all the Stormlight content leaning up to it. And this year, like I said in my video, Wisdom of Crowds just came out, and Abercrombie's already, talked about all over the place. And then we have Dune movie coming out next month, and then Wheel of Time show coming out. And so all of a sudden, there are a whole bunch of people reading Dune, reading Wheel of Time, trying to catch up in Abercrombie. And that's fine. I'm not saying that there's something objectively wrong with that, but I'm saying that we are influenced by these things. And so to say that something is good just because a bunch of people like it, it's not necessarily that people think it's good, like that people would think it's good in a vacuum. They think it's good they may, and I'm saying me too, sorry. We think it's good. There may be many things that are influencing what we feel about it. I know that when I read a book that I'm like, this is kind of irritating. But if I'm reading it with like a couple of people and they're like, hey, do you see this? This is kind of irritating. That feeds my irritation at the book. Yeah. And all of a sudden I have a lower opinion of the book than I probably would have if I was reading it on my own. I think if you're by yourself, you don't talk to anybody, you're in your room, I think that is someone made a comment that honest is probably a better word for it. That's probably your most honest opinion because you have nothing influencing it. You've just picked it up. You've read it. You're not talking to anybody. You're in a perfectly fine mood. I think that's probably the most honest you can get. So there's nothing wrong with being subjective. Like reviews are subjective. That's fine. The problem is when people try to pretend that that stuff doesn't influence them because it's not true. Like it's like we are all influenced by stuff. We are. And to pretend that you can read your best friend's book and say, I am very objective. And if this is a 1-star, I will absolutely tell my best friend that it is no, you will not. No, you will not. Like,
Alan, I'd tell you if your book was a 1-star.
I appreciate that, Jimmy. And then I would cry.
You know, I think, actually, this is really interesting. And I
think it's fascinating.
I'm going to pull the, so Amanda says, I like Game of Thrones season 8 way more before I read the internet's opinions on it. Everyone I know in my life that is not on Twitter, not in the YouTube, none of this, you know what I mean? Whether they're older, and I actually have some friends my age that just don't really interact with Reddit or anything. And guess what? I only know out of all of them, which is quite a few. They don't hate season 8. They say it wasn't as good as the other, but it was fine, which is probably a more level-headed take. Now, as a book fan, I'm not happy with it. You know what I mean? But I think Amanda brings up a really good point. I think
that is such a good point, and that's such a good example right there.
Yeah, and Jimmy's novella was a 3-star. Thanks, I appreciate that. It wasn't great, but Jake read it, which was very kind of him. So first off, I know I was like saying I lost brain cells and stuff. I have no problems with Michael Knipp. I'm just messing around.
Michael is a wonderful person who is definitely just trying to stir the pot. I had to talk to him earlier. I'm like, I hope like you didn't get any flack. Like, I hope people understood that we're both playing devil's advocate. Really,
that's kind of what I wanted to say right now. Like, people, I didn't really mean that like it was a terrible argument. I think it's an interesting thing to talk about. I don't think the conversation of if a book review is objective or not is worth having. I think it's kind of a silly topic because it is subjective, and I just don't see any way I could ever be convinced unless if someone had some like definitive evidence that it isn't. I don't think that's possible.
Someone was saying that things like plot holes, they could be considered objective because if a plot doesn't follow a through line, like I guess that could be something that could be objective.
Well, here's the thing: bad punctuation is interesting, but there's also books like the Blood Meridian, right? That I've heard that the punctuation is extremely weird. And people say, oh, it's part of the art of expressing yourself that you're breaking the rules. It's very hard. It's very hard to define those things. I think grammar mistakes absolutely could probably, if you just straight up spell a word wrong and your intention was not spelled wrong.
Correct.
That's like objectively wrong.
Yeah.
Right?
So I think if something's riddled with like spelling errors that are on accident, I think we can objectively say that is not quality production. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But again, that's so, to me, that feels so removed from like, I guess the soul of the book, if you will, like, I mean, prose is an important part of whether or not people enjoy a book or not. But, if it's just purely like punctuation, like, I mean, I think people can also agree that like, if they don't mean to screw it up and they're screwing it up, like that's objectively bad. Like,
yes,
learn how to punctuate your sentences.
Yeah. It would take a lot of vision into the process of it, the intent behind it. And quite frankly, we just don't know those things 99% of the time. Right. So I think the idea of, is it objective or subjective? I think it's, I don't really think it's all that interesting. I think it's interesting when someone puts up an argument like Michael Knipp did and said, hey, popularity, that's how you judge it. And if that were the case, I would challenge Michael with the fact that why does anyone watch me, you, or him whenever Daniel Green and Murphy Napier exist? Because their channels are much more popular than ours.
Yeah.
And if popularity is objective, that means that we are not as good. Right. That means that we are not providing as good of takes or content or whatever that might be. And this is not me trying to compare. And I don't I'm not trying to generate anything in the chat about these people. They're wonderful people, I'm sure. But that's my point, right? It's like, we know that's not true. And also think about how long sometimes something takes to catch on rather. That isn't always a purposeful thing. Sometimes it's luck. Sometimes it's a book cover that hits at the right time or filling a gap in a genre.
Yeah.
Right. Someone said this, and I want to say it was maybe a part of, or maybe it was after one of my chats with World Hoppers, but they were talking about how like Game of Thrones captured the zeitgeist on television. And it had a lot to do with the fact that there were actually not a ton of overly violent series on television at the time. A lot of the stuff had been Sopranos had ended. Breaking Bad is violent, but wasn't about that. And Spartacus was no longer on television. Like there was a gap with that kind of hard-hitting, mature theme show.
That makes sense.
And Game of Thrones also happened to subvert a lot of things that people like from Lord of the Rings, so that plays into it obviously as well, and there's a million other things. But my point is that it could be any of these combination of things that lead to popularity, and it never has to be that the book itself or whatever entertainment medium, whatever it is.
We also can't, like, saying that like, it ignores the random chance factor. Like luck, right place, right time plays such an immense role in something's popularity. Like like Game of Thrones, like the Game of Thrones television show. It appeared at the right time. It's, as Julius Caesar wrote in his own account of the Gallic Wars, he writes in third person, so he always calls himself Caesar. And every time the men are in trouble, like by the Gauls, because Caesar's army is never in trouble. It's always his goober commanders.
Yeah.
He always writes, Caesar arrived at the most opportune time. He always rides in. He's literally, here comes the cavalry, his own account of a real war that took place. Yes. Yeah. So, you know, like right place, right time. Like Harry Potter, if Harry Potter was not the first book about a magical school of wizards, as were the many that followed it, you know, the little kid that is sent to a magical world or whatever, like it might not have been the juggernaut that it was. Like time and place, right? And that's fortune. That is serendipity. And you can't control that. And that doesn't mean that something's better just because it happened to, like, more people happen to stumble on it and get that snowball rolling. Like, hype breeds hype, breeds hype, breeds hype. More eyes beget more eyes, beget more eyes, until no one can separate the emperor being naked from something that, like, they don't even know what they're praising anymore, because someone said, oh, the emperor, oh, do you see that? Oh, I love the clothes he's wearing. And they don't even know what they're looking at anymore. They're like, oh yeah, I see it. Oh, you're right. I see it too. Because you don't want them to be like, he's naked. What are you talking about? Like, dude's not wearing any clothes. Shh. And then, you know, they break their neck and they throw you off a cliff. And again, we're also talking about popularity only judging. We're talking about popularity in art. We're not actually talking about like morality judgments or anything like that, because I think like it's just a separate thing.
Yes.
You know,
we're talking just straight up popularity. Sheer numbers is what we're talking about.
But the more people get, like, we as humans are just easily swayed by emotions. This is why movies and video games, they emotionally manipulate us by having the music swell at the right time. You know, we're emotional creatures. And so demagogues, people who appeal to the emotion rather than the reason of the speaker, are popular. And it's been popular forever. I mean, my degree is in international politics with a minor in Japanese. So I studied political science.
And you teach Latin.
Yeah, I mean, yes. I took a bunch of Latin in high school. So, and
fair enough.
But I studied politics for so long, and I was super into politics for a long time, because like I'm fascinated. I am fascinated by the human mind and how it can be deceived, and it is deceived. And it's just like, we have entered an era of demagoguery and Cleons in the political circle. We have fewer Pericleses, these golden age statesmen who believed in the might of the city and the people and the good, the public good. And it's all about, like, let's stir up the base. And I'm not picking a side, guys. I'm talking about political. The other side is just as bad as your side.
If you're playing the game, you're doing this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, and it's no one says anything. No one says anything because words are free. They cost nothing. It costs nothing to say anything. And it's just meant to get people fired up. And it's just so infuriating because we need fewer Cleons and we need more Pericleses. But the Pericleses, they can't even be heard over the din of the frothing, raving mob. And it's just so frustrating and fascinating how we as humans are we are affected by things and the things around us. And that is over in here in the subjective arena of art as well. Sorry, I'm just
no, you're good. Someone actually asked, what are you talking about? We're talking about the argument that popularity is the only objective way to rate a book, which I don't think is true.
Yeah, I think it is an objective metric of sales figures.
Sure. One thing you can say is it is more than likely a barometer of influence and of impact among a culture. You still can't walk into a Barnes & Noble without seeing Harry Potter everywhere. You're probably going to see a little bit of Lord of the Rings stuff there, right? And I'm sure if Wheel of Time show does well, we'll see more Wheel of Time popping up and whatnot. So
100%. There's so much Wheel of Time content on BookTube right now, and I don't begrudge people that. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be doing it. It's just like there would not. I mean, I think it is safe to say there would not be as much Wheel of Time content on BookTube right now if there was not a show about to come out in November.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. And actually, I believe that Jake Bishop said earlier, maybe A Song of Ice and Fire would have been so big if it hadn't had a good cover at first. The new cover is terrible, but Robert Jordan endorsed it because Robert Jordan and George were friends. And also the fact that it got a TV, obviously the TV show was massive, right? It had sold a ton of books before that, but it would not be, even though they are the same words in the same books, they would not be as successful without all of these other things. In Super Gains Bros, what up? He said it helps in the legacy and the way in which it's remembered long term. And that couldn't be any more true. And it's actually amazing because some of the things that end up inspiring the bigger things go so under the radar. Like you were talking about Harry Potter and Magic School, but Le Guin did that in Earthsea. She did it, and people say she did it better. But
Pratchett did it too in Discworld.
Gaiman had, I believe, he had a Dark Academia. I think someone can correct me on that if I'm wrong, because I believe actually some people say that Rowling maybe pulled directly from Gaiman, but I don't know. Rowling has admitted that Pratchett influenced part of it. Well, let me tell you what. When I read Rhythm of Crowds this week, I felt some Pratchett, man. Like now that I've read more, now that I read more and I'm reading Abercrombie, I'm like, man, there's a lot of Pratchett in Abercrombie in a very different way, but it's still like the heart of it. Mocking things that are found to be, I would say pretentious.
Yeah, Philip actually made the argument about legacy in his comment on my video about judging perhaps a better judge of objective quality. If we're trying to be as objective as possible, we should look at the endurance of something, the lasting effect that something has. Because if something has had, that big of an effect, mayhaps it, in fact, is, if it's lasted for a long time, like the classics. But I mean, I wouldn't argue that they're objectively good. I don't like Great Expectations or Catcher in the Rye or The Great Gatsby.
Yeah. It is interesting, and some things are really popular, and then you almost feel left out if you don't like something.
100%.
I felt very weird last year on BookTube whenever I read Rhythm of War and I didn't love it. You know what I mean? Like it was like how do I approach this without sounding like a contrarian? Because there are people who are just, that's what they live for, to play devil's advocate. And that's fine if you do that. I'll be honest with you. You probably already know this, but people around you probably find you to be very annoying. And I don't mean if you do that from time to time, because I do it. I get in the mood and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to argue.
Yeah.
But if that is if that's how you describe yourself when you first meet somebody and you say, oh, I'm a devil's advocate all the time. I love it. It's part of your core personality.
Insufferable.
You're probably not the best. But it's a fine line between not wanting to hate it because it's popular, right? Like people almost don't believe it. They're saying you're just saying that because it's popular. So it's funny that we're talking about the mob mentality on a popularity of a book, because it does work the other way as well, where you just get so tired of hearing something or hearing about something, or you get overhyped and then you read it and you go, oh man, this just isn't living up. You know?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I don't know about you, but I sometimes find that hard. I'm like, man, I really love this book. I've been trying to be better about it. I mean, sometimes I can't help it, and I'm literally just like yelling about a book, right? And I know you do too. But do you consider that whenever you're making your reviews or whenever you make your videos? Like, am I going overboard on my praise here? Because I don't want to. Like, it's almost like you say all this, and then someone goes, "Okay, I'm going to read," and you go, well, you know, if you don't like it, it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, like, reviews are subjective. People that argue, that say they're not swayed by things, they're being disingenuous. So no one can be perfectly objective, but I think the objective is to be as objective as you can. And this, I mean, again, on BookTube especially, you get to know the people who are reviewing things that have similar tastes as you. You know who, like me, is hyperbolic, like tends to be really hyperbolic and effusive, like, and, you know, or the people who are much more subdued in their praise type thing. So like, and all of that helps the reviews become more objective to the viewer. So when I do it, I do say, if I don't like something, I say, look, like, I didn't like this because this is a well-written book. Like, I didn't hate the way it was written. I just didn't like what it was about. Or I didn't like the characters. Like, this just isn't for me. Like, a lot of the young adult books I read they're not written for me. A fantasy romance is not written for me. I'm not the target audience. So, even when I'm praising something, The Folding Knife is the perfect example by KJ Parker. I gave it 5 stars, and I do not recommend that book to everyone at all, because if you are not interested in very intricate details on the way a country's bank and a country's economy is run, or the minutia of governing a republic, like with like moving pieces here, the character is brilliant. I love it because the character, we are told he is brilliant, and then we see how brilliant he is. So it's just fascinating. And he's not super lovable because he's kind of amoral, and he's ugly. And you don't usually have ugly main characters. Like, seriously,
more ugly people.
Yeah. But it is so detailed in its portrayal of, because he owns the bank and then rises to be the president of this country. And it's just very, very detailed. It is not something I would recommend everyone reading, but if political intrigue and like fantasy economics are interesting to you, then it absolutely is a recommend. And so I try to say that so that people aren't like, well, Alan said this book was going to be amazing and I hated it. And it's like, I'm sorry. Like, I, you know, and sometimes people people try to be like, hey, Alan, I read that Sinlin book. And I DNF'd it because it sucks. And I'm like, I mean, okay, that makes me sad, but I mean, it doesn't make me like it less. I really wish you had enjoyed it more.
Let me just say this, and this is something that's happened to me multiple times, to the point now where I can recognize when it's happening.
That is what I mean, Jake.
And it's whenever someone says, hey, this book that you really loved, I absolutely hated it. And I go, well, that's fine. Like, I don't care. And then they go, but instead you should read this book. And I'm like, if we don't agree on this book, that doesn't mean that we're going to disagree on everything, but the likelihood of me wanting to go try this other book is very low at the moment, because you didn't like this book that I, obviously loved. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, we probably have different tastes in this regard. But obviously that's not 100% of the time, but it is weird. I feel like people will say, hey, I read this book and it sucks. You should read this instead and review it. Because they would like to see that get exposure. And it's like, well, I didn't pick that for a reason. I picked this book because I liked it. Yeah. I like what Jake said. He said, I don't even think you could be objective for an opinion on a book. I think what Alan is talking about is trying to be unbiased, not objective. And I think that is always the goal.
Be as unbiased as possible.
Yeah, that's always my goal. The bottom line is I'm going to only review things I want to review, only talk about things I want to be excited about, or if I have critiques of something and I feel like maybe it's a different perspective. I don't shy away from doing negative reviews. It's just, well, one, I don't read a lot of books I dislike. I genuinely like things, but I don't love like piling on something. Like, for instance, Wheel of Time's not my bag, right? It's just not. I could look at this big wave of popularity and I can go, I'm going to rain on everybody's parade. Here we go. but why? I read those a while ago, and I didn't feel compelled to review them.
You finished through 4, right?
5. I've read 5.
Gotcha.
And it's not the worst series of all time, but it's like you said, maybe that book's not for somebody, like young adult. Wheel of Time's just not for me. It's just not a series for me. Will I finish it? Probably one day. But like overall, I don't feel compelled to review those books because I don't know if I have anything interesting to say. I've seen a million people say the things I have said. It's so popular that everything has been said about it that there can be to said. Now, I'm not discouraging anyone out there who's watching this saying, well, I wanted to make content, whether it's positive or negative. Go ahead and do your thing. I'm just saying, me personally, I don't feel I'm so far behind on reviews.
I mean, I think that's the struggle, though. I struggle with that when I reviewed Mistborn and Well of Ascension. Is like I say it at the beginning of both of those. I'm like, I don't really know what to add to the conversation about one of the most popular series in the world. You know what I mean? Like, what can I say that hasn't been beaten to death? And I try to find some. I just talk about what I like and hope that it's something different, that I'm not just like, touting the tooting that same horn. But it's hard. And I'm going to read Wheel of Time eventually also, but just because of its pace, like I read Eye of the World a long time ago and it wasn't, it's probably not for me either, but I am going to read it. It's, I don't understand why people have a desire to tell you things that they hate. Like, I have students who are like, hey, this kid hates you. I'm like, why are you telling me that? Like, I don't need to know that this child hates me. Like, I don't care. But at the same time, like, why are you just were you attempting to ruin my day by telling me this?
Yes.
Like, is that
exactly what
I'm saying? Are people trying to ruin your day by saying, hey, Jimmy, Realm of the Elderlings? I hated it. I think Hobbs sucks and she's the worst. Like, it's one thing when you have like a relationship with people where you joke all the time, like you joke around with them. Like, I do that. I'm happy to tell people when Kevin the Undying hates their books because Kevin hates everything. Last night I Voxered it. I saw that Kevin reviewed Wisdom of Crowds and gave it 3 stars. I immediately Voxered everybody. I'm like, guys, Kevin the Undying just gave Wisdom of Crowds 3 stars. Suck it. And I'm just like, oh, Kevin, I love that Kevin hates everything. It makes me so happy.
At least he's consistent, man.
He is so consistent. It just, like, at this point, when I see Kevin, like, Kevin has no problem being like, hey, Alan, that thing you gave 5 stars, I give it 1 star. I'm like, I know, Kevin. I know. Of course you did.
Moving on. Yeah, moving on, Kevin.
Sorry.
No, not you. I'm saying moving on, Kevin. Go ahead. Do your next book. Like, come on.
He's read every book that's ever been.
And he owns at least a couple copies of each.
He owns 7 copies of every book that's ever been printed. He actually owns the original Gutenberg press in his basement. That's true.
Someone said this, and I actually agree. They said, WTF, Alan, you have one of the most unique.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Dude, I told you that. Like, I don't like Mistborn, and I thought that your Will of Ascension review made me one. And, this is obviously the subjective experience. I said, I kind of want to reread it for the Siege and see if I can appreciate it and ignore Zane. And I'll tell you what, the most famous clip on this podcast ever has been you ranting about Zane. So let's talk about that. There's a lot of people who probably haven't read Mistborn. And now, no matter what they would have thought
That's true.
By themselves under a blanket with a flashlight reading the book, if they'd never listened to this, maybe they would have liked Zane. But I would say it's almost impossible.
It's probably true. Like, that's such a good point. Like, and I didn't even think about that. And I also, like, someone pointed out to me, as if, earlier, multiple people pointed out to me earlier, I am aware that in my rant review, talking about how I'm the liberator of the mind and freeing people to like things on their own and challenging people to make their own opinions. I realize that while denouncing demagogues, I am engaging in demagoguery. Like, I literally have a GIF that says the Allen propaganda machine. Like, I am definitely a demagoguer, 100%. Demagogue has a negative connotation, but I absolutely try to make my enthusiasm contagious. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. There's a reason why we're talking about hype trains and FOMO and it being influential, because the fact of the matter is, it's fun. It's fun to get hype about things.
I agree.
And Alan, I've always said, if someone's going to hate the book I love, I want it to be you. And I hope you hate it hard. Like, I want you to really despise it, because I can watch you destroy my book and influence leagues of the Allen Knights out there, the Knights of Alexandria.
That's right.
And then I know that I'm going to have to beat them with the stick when I do my review. That's going to be, gushing. But I welcome that. I enjoy that, because subjectivity is implied by the nature of the content that we do.
Yeah.
And I see this all the time when people are chatting about books too. A lot of times someone will I'll say Hobb is fantastic. I say that as a fact, but it's not a fact. And I'm not meaning it as a fact. The subjectivity of that statement is implied based on the nature of the content that we're consuming, I think. Isn't it weird that we're sitting here and, there's 81 people watching us talk about.
Was there really?
Oh,
good
dude,
night.
Bro, we're killing it. But listen, by the way, this is the trilogy. Alan's back for a 1, 2, 3.
I was already nervous following AP. Like,
AP was phenomenal, man. He was phenomenal.
Yeah, just like, man, I wish I could articulate my point in such a even-keeled and reasoned manner, and not like, I can't not get worked up over something that like excite. Like, I can't. Like I don't know how to talk about something without getting worked up about. I don't know how to do it. Like, I am an excitable individual.
But that's why we like you. And that's why I'm going to Italy with you eventually.
Dude,
it's going to happen.
Yes. It'd be amazing.
RJ, thank you so much for the 5 spot, mate.
Ooh, RJ.
We are sucking diesel tonight, RJ. We are sucking diesel. All right. So did you know, speaking of AP, so he's from Ireland. RJ is also from Ireland. And there is a phrase in Ireland, and it's taken over in my Patreon Discord. And it is the term sucking diesel, and it comes out of Northern Ireland. And I said, what in the world did you just say? I thought he insulted me. He said, no, when something's going well, like you're starting to rev a car and it's starting to run, like it hasn't started. You're like, oh, it's sucking diesel. Or, like a book's going well. You could say, hey, Jimmy, I finally read First Law and it's sucking diesel. Like, that is I laughed for about 10 minutes because I'm a child whenever he said that. Like, I just could. He sent me a spray painting in Ireland, and it's just this dude, and he's like this, and he has like a thumb, and he's like, well, you're sucking diesel now.
That is, I'm gonna incorporate that. I'm gonna say that in class.
Please do.
This next week. In one of my classes, I have 3 kids who are that have, like, one of them's name is Ireland, one of them's last name is McConnell, and the other one's name is Connor Kilpatrick. And they're all 3 asking, like, oh, Irish? They're like, yes, like, that's our heritage. And I can't not call on them without doing an Irish accent.
Oh, no.
I'm like, Dylan McConnell, top of the morning to you. And he's fine with it. I'm like, Ireland. Oh. I'm like, Faith in Begora, Ireland. And then the other one, I'm like, Kilpatrick. And she's just like, she is not having it. She's like, please stop.
She's like, I literally just want to exist and get through this.
I'm like, I can't say your name without, like, it convert, like, Kilpatrick. Like, I just can't. Like, I try Kilpatrick. Kilpatrick. Like, I can't do it. So I don't call on her. I just don't call on her because I'm Kilpatrick.
Yeah, you just can't call on him. That's as simple as that.
I can't do it.
So potatoes.
Can I say that? Fiddle-dee-dee potatoes.
We are sucking diesel tonight, boys. So it just sounds filthy.
That is sucking diesel.
So this thing's sucking diesel.
That's right.
I'm gonna drive that into the ground before this episode's over. So Alan did something really cool this week in his class, and Alan, I want you to tell everyone what you did with your students. Okay, so I teach a Greek history class, and we learn about the ancient Greeks and their warriors, which are the hoplites, and their formation, which was the phalanx. And the phalanx was, it's like 4 to 8 rows deep of men. It's a shield wall, essentially. If you've read freaking John Gwen, it's a shield wall. And the phalanx was the indestructible military formation of the ancient world until the Romans, because this is what the Romans do. And it's so amazing. The Romans steal and perfect. They're like, oh, that's really good. Let's use that. And so they use the phalanx, and they're like, this has some weaknesses. It doesn't go up hills very well, and it's not super adaptable. What if we did the phalanx, but fixed those problems? And lo and behold, now the Roman army is the envy of and the Greeks are like, wait, what? Why are we losing? But, and so I have my kids, like,
they don't really understand like how impenetrable a shield wall is. So I have them make hoplons, which are the shields that they use. And they also don't understand how big shields are, like, and how heavy these things are.
Yeah.
So the shields, hoplons, are between 33 and 39 inches in diameter. They are over they are freaking huge. And so I have them all make hoplons, and then I have them bring in broomsticks, and I put them in a shield wall formation. And I had them practice marching in formation and turning and looking at how like the formation falls apart in the turns. And I would throw tennis balls at their shields. And then I'm like, okay, guys, I'm going to be the Persians at Thermopylae, and my arrows will blot out the sun. And so I show that you put their shields up to block the arrow rain. And now I'm lobbing tennis balls up in the air, trying to get them. And it's bouncing off the shield walls. And they're like, Mr. Walker, we can't see. This is terrifying. I'm like, just survive. And, you know, every now and then I hit one of them. I'm like, you're dead. Get out.
I was trying to find the video.
It's, I don't know where it is. I sent it to you. But
Alan sent me the video. I was losing it. I absolutely loved that. It was
so much fun. And now I'm like, so guys, what did you notice? Like, what happened? What was difficult about the phalanx? Like, what did you find that was like, that you find are the strengths of this? And they're all like, turning is the problem. Or when the ground was uneven, because we have a dip where the drain is. When it dipped, they were just like struggling to keep it together. And so they were able to, communicate to me what it is Salamis this month. You're right. September 17, I think was Salamis.
What is that?
It is the naval battle that knocked Xerxes's navy out when he invaded Greece. The Persians had like 1,200 ships to Athens's like 200, but the wily commander Themistocles lured them into, instead of Xerxes being smart and waiting to attack an open ocean where his numbers can literally overwhelm them, he allowed himself to be lured into a narrow channel where and the Athenians knew the wind pattern. So they go into this narrow channel, and at the right time of day, because the Athenians lured them in, and then the wind makes the waves like throw their ships around, and the Persians live in a desert. None of them know how to swim. So drown. It essentially ended Persian. It ended Persian's dream of Greek invasion. It was absolutely like, you could not write this stuff. Like, they had no business winning, no business at all. And they drove away because the army of the Persians was 200. Xerxes brought over 200,000 troops to Greece. And the Greeks, a big army for the Greeks is the 4,000 that were at Thermopylae. So if you've seen the movie, have you seen the movie 300?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's Thermopylae. There were 300 Spartans and 3,700 other Greeks. And those 4,000, they held that pass. But at the end of the day, like, they killed 20,000 Persians before they were killed. Xerxes was so ticked off that 20,000 Persians died, he made his troops bury all but 1,000 of them, because he was embarrassed that people would come across the battlefield and see that there were 20,000 dead Persians. So instead, he leaves 1,000 out, takes an Instagram selfie and says, #NoFilter. Oh, we only lost 1,000 troops. And it's like, no, you didn't, Xerxes, you liar. You did not wake up this way. They kicked the crap out of you. Like,
you did not wake up this way, in fact.
Exactly. Yeah. And so it's just, anyway, that's what Salamis is. And he's saying it's the 2500th anniversary of that battle this month. I think it was on the 17th.
Wow. Well, there it is. And guess what? Today's the 17th.
Oh, is it really? Then it is today. Yes.
Yeah.
Pour one out for the Persian homies.
Pour one out by our sponsor, Zevia.
So anyway, I don't know. It's just interesting. And I like, I mean, I try to make, as we've talked about before, I try to make history interesting, because otherwise it's just a bunch of names and dates. So you got to give them personalities.
No, I love it. And then I'm excited for people to come in my comments and then say that you messed up some historical fact. And
those people can shut up. I don't care. You know what? I don't care.
Listen, I'm the one with the microphone. You understand?
That's right. Guess what? My kids remember where frickin' Salamis is. They remember what battle it was. They remember who was commanding the Athenians. They remember who it was against. And like that, having high schoolers retain information past the test is a feat. Yes, Stu, thank you. More like Jerksies. Thank you so much. Having students retain something past the test because they all have grown up on cram and dump, cram and dump, cram and dump, cram and dump.
Yeah, I mean, that's education.
So yeah, I consider it a win if they can remember stuff past when the test is. So
yeah, absolutely. And the winners get to tell history. Right? Isn't that the whole?
Yeah, history's written by the winners, 100%. Like that's again, like, you know, again, it's the subjectivity of it's the subjectivity of the human experience. You know what I mean? Like
some would say reality is subjective.
I mean, yes,
we won't go down that path.
We've also got the Matrix 4 coming out, which really challenges that theory, like of the objectivity of reality, which it has Neil Patrick Harris in, and I'm a big NPH fan.
Well, there we go.
I will probably see it. Are you a Matrix fan?
Yeah, I am. I'm absolutely. I even like that's my mother. By the way.
That's your mom. Thanks, Mrs. Jimmy Nuts.
Everyone say hello to Mama Nuts in the chat.
Mama Nuts.
It'll make her Friday night. She'll be very excited if you do that. But we were talking about like subjectivity, and we're going through all of this, right? So
what is even happening on a Friday night? Like what are we doing?
Well, I kind of wanted to see. And I don't even know what I'm really asking, I guess, but like,
I'm listening.
Think about how long reading has been a solitary activity, and the internet comes along, and obviously there's been online book clubs, the Song of Ice and Fire forums, the Wheel Time forum. There's forums for everything back in the day, right? But we are now in such a more instant type of entertainment era, right? Where 10 seconds is about all you get until you grab someone. People tell you all the time, by the way, when you're on YouTube, they tell you got to grab them the first 10 to 30 seconds. I don't necessarily care about any of that. My intros are very boring, unfortunately. But it's interesting because more people have access to the internet than ever before. I mean, it is pretty much, it's normal for someone to have an internet connection now. So even though the internet's been around for a long time, I feel like we're seeing like that first real big wave of like a new culture being built around books. And I know this because I walked into Barnes & Noble, and Alan, they're attacking us in Barnes & Noble. Did you know this?
No.
They have a BookTok section. I said, where's the boomer BookTube section? We're boomers, dude.
What?
Yeah. Barnes & Noble has like a little self thing, and it says, as seen on BookTok. Books A Million has it too. And I'm like, well, what about, what about
as seen on BookTok?
BookTok, TikTok for books.
Someone told me about a book, like book TikToker. I don't have any problem against BookTok. I just don't understand TikTok. I don't understand.
I do. I have a holy war against BookTok.
Do you really? Okay, well then you'll appreciate this. They were saying that literally reviews on BookTok are like, if you like this book and this book and this book, you should read this book because it's similar to those. Done. It's like, what? How is that a review? How is that a review?
We're done here.
Like, how?
I don't have TikTok. I've never downloaded it. I don't have any interest in it, and I'm half kidding. But like, isn't it interesting that there is a BookTok section in a bookstore now? It's like
Barnes and Noble. They're trying to be trendy. They're your grandparents trying to be trendy.
You think so?
Yes. Like, get out. Seen on BookTok. Sit down, Barnes and Noble. Like, sit down. Why don't you try putting the fantasy books in the fantasy section and the sci-fi in the sci-fi section?
Oh, don't even get me started.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get that straightened out before we branch out into the BookTok.
Makes me so mad. It makes me so mad. Like Jake, I'm sitting here with my 20-minute Guy Gavriel K book reviews like a sucker. I know we're doing it wrong, apparently.
Jake, you're wasting time. You should literally 30 seconds max. 30 seconds max. Like, no one should. Like, I have tried to make my videos shorter. I don't know how.
Yeah,
I am so verbose. I don't know how to talk for only like, I released a 7-minute video one time, and my friends were like, "Are you okay, Alan?" Like, I don't think I've ever
having a down day, huh?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a video that short. I don't know how to make them shorter. And you know what? And you hear about like people. Everyone's got advice. Everyone's got an opinion. And like there were I don't know. I forget what forum it was, maybe Reddit or whatever, where people, I don't go on Reddit a ton. I usually look up video game stuff on Reddit, but it's just like you got to get, if you want to be successful on the online or in the YouTube world, you got to get it between 8 and 12 minutes. And I'm like, no, I'm going to talk until I'm done.
Like literally not a chance, not a chance, dude.
Yeah. It's going to be as long as it's going to be. And if no one watches it, I mean, that sucks. I'm sad that no one watched it, but it's not going to make me like not talk about it. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I should try harder. You're right. You're right.
I'll be honest. Usually, oh wait, look at this. I watched my first BookTok video this week. It was hilarious. Okay, for a second I thought Edgar was saying that he was doing BookTube. I was like, oh, that's awesome, because Fancy Bobble has read a ton of books and he's very knowledgeable. I always go to him if I need a good novella recommendation. But yeah, whenever I film a video, it'll be like 30 minutes of footage. I'm like, oh, I'll cut this thing down to 10 minutes, no problem. And then I get in and I go, hey, I kind of like that part. I kind of like that part. That didn't sound so bad. I thought I sounded really stupid there. Like, if I am cutting a lot from review, it means it did not go well. And there have been times where I've shot reviews and I started cutting and then I just trashed the whole review. I said, if I had to cut half of the minutes away, that means that I probably didn't have a good grip on what made this book good or bad, or what I felt about it. Because sometimes I don't know how I feel about a book. Like, there's been multiple times where I felt like that. I felt like that a little bit with Wheel of Time, actually. There was book 3 was interesting because I didn't love it, but I was like, I don't necessarily know if this is bad. I just don't care. And I shot the review and I was like, you know what? I'm throwing it in the bin. I said, I'm done. I didn't feel like I was saying anything the whole time.
Didn't you and AP talk about this a little bit on the last episode about, like, reviews? Because I know AP has the video about the reader experience versus I forget what it is, but the types of reviewing.
He was basically talking about, like, are you reviewing it around the idea that this is a third-person limited book that is told from da-da-da-da-da, that's these themes are here. Like, basically, like, really telling you what the book is about and then letting the viewer decide with no subjective nature to it.
Yeah.
Which I think everyone tries to do a little bit of both. I've absolutely done a book review before where I get so fired up. Like, my old John Gwen reviews are like this. Like, I don't know if I actually ever talked about what it was about. I just kind of I hit record and I started screaming on pre-workout, and that was just what it was. And then the other
happened to me before too, where I've gotten so fired up talking about, like, I'm just talking about the things that I love about it, where I'm editing it. I'm like, I didn't actually talk about a lot about what this book is about. I'm just talking about, like, all the meta stuff that would be better if it had context, and I forgot to provide the context. It's only happened a couple times, but I have done that for sure.
Yeah, I've definitely done it. Actually, more lately, I've been trying to do a better job of kind of laying out what it is about the book, what it makes it stand out from other books, or what it's like, if there's other books it's like. And I mean, I think everyone's done this at one point. This is like such and such with such and such, right? That's like the tagline. I think a lot of people do that, and that's fine. I've gotten away from that as I've went on. I try never to do that unless if it's like influenced, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like when I did Memory, Saw, and Thorn, I talked a ton about Game of Thrones and Tolkien, because it's a part of the spirit of what Memory, Saw, and Thorn is and what it influenced. And I think that stuff's really important. I also find my viewers like to hear about authors' influences, whether they know it or not. I think it's important to mention those things about who has influenced. I think it was in my Patreon chat this past week. People were like, man, Tab Williams has like influenced a lot of people. It was after a World Hoppers video I did. We did one for Hop this past week. And we were talking like, man, Tad Williams has influenced a lot of people, huh? It's like, yeah, he's the man. So if you like those people, maybe it's worth going back and checking out Tad. So I think like some relation between that's good, but it is sometimes very hard to balance a reaction to a review, because I think that they are two different things, but they coincide. Yeah. So, I mean, who makes it? Very little time do you say, I watched The Wire season 1. It was a cop show. No, at the water cooler, you're saying, dude, have you seen The Wire? You haven't seen The Wire? Okay, listen. The Wire is all about inner city Baltimore. We're looking at wiretaps for like the first time. McNulty's trying to get in, and then
Omar coming.
Yeah, Omar. Rip. By the way, rest in peace, Omar. Yeah. Omar. Man,
I heard a story that like he really liked that when he was walking like just normally around a city, people would see him and they would shout, Omar coming, and they would like jump out of the way. No matter what they were doing, they would like dive behind buildings and stuff. Yeah. And he said he loved that people like would shout Omar coming just in his real life and leap behind things.
Phenomenal actor. Yeah, Lovecraft Country was his last thing I saw him in. And
I didn't see that.
So some people don't like it, whatever. It's fine. His performance and his character in that show is one of the best I've seen him do.
Oh, really?
And Yeah, he actually went to therapy after this. It's a very deep and very.
Wow, he was brilliant in The Wire.
Oh, he's so good in The Wire. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
And like that character for that time period was so different.
Yeah, 100%.
And just a tremendous job.
Yeah, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. One of my favorite characters in the whole series. Like, he's just so good.
Yeah, he's probably my favorite actually in The Wire, I would say.
He's my second after Strang. Yo, Strang.
Stringer Bell.
I love Stringer Bell. That was my introduction to Idris Elba.
Well, if you ever want to come up here and visit, we can go take a bike tour through Penn Ave in Baltimore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Wait, no, I don't want to go there. That's terrible.
No, you don't go to Penn Ave.
No.
You don't go to Penn Ave.
No, I don't need the whatever they call it. I forgot what the drug is called. That's true. This is clickbait. Un momento.
I was going to open it up about a PSA about clickbait, but I guess I can try to fit it on here. Let's see if it balances. There we go. Yeehaw! Alex Nevaeh is doing a Dune book read along here in the month of September and October. You would be keen to go ahead and join in his Discord server if you plan on reading the first 4 books of Dune. He's going to be doing that to get you prepared for the movie release. Was that good? Yeehaw! Oh, Alan, you look wonderful. I have to balance.
There you go. I was raised by a cup of coffee.
Who puts on a bucket hat and their forehead looks bigger? Like that's what just happened to me. Like my forehead actually grew. I appreciate the Michael Scott. Yeah, I did a whole pitch for Alex's dude. I put him over. It was great.
There's been a murder.
The Wire and Oz were great. Yeah, I actually love Oz. A lot of people can't sit through it because it's so brutal, but I loved it. So we're talking about book reviews. Yeah, book reviews.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just find it so interesting that this thing that was a solitary and personal experience where you go out and very few small percentage point, would go out and try to get into a book club or post in a forum online. And now, this community is exploding.
Yeah.
And it's just
the fact that there's BookTok at Barnes & Noble is like maddening.
I feel like it's changing the way books are perceived. Like their popularity can increase. Like look at Brandon Sanderson. Largely, obviously he's published by Tor, but largely doing Kickstarters and things like this. Like I don't think this stuff was possible 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Yeah. Like walking into a bookstore and seeing like front face, like right when you walk in, books that aren't Stephen King or Lord of the Rings that are, fantasy or horror or whatever, seeing those in the front. That already has moved us, off the dark corner where I grew up reading fantasy, where it's just like, girls see you with a fantasy book in your hand and they shout nerd and then they run away. You know what I mean? Like it's become more mainstream. And as reviewers, like there's just a lot to keep in mind. I think you want to do a reaction to it, how you felt about it. And you also want to convey actual, unbiased or objective information about the book so that people can gauge whether they want to read it based on not only your reaction to it, but also on the actual objective details of the book, person pacing, prose, the plot synopsis, that kind of thing. And this is where, again, I say that people who watch BookTube, I think that it curates the calculus gets finer and finer the longer you watch someone, because I think, a lot of people who've been watching me for a long time watch to see my reaction about something, not just like my review, but also my reaction, because if they've read a lot of books that I've read and like the books that I like, and I have a similar reaction, they can be like, oh, well, I will probably like this also, based on the fact that the last time Alan got like all up in arms about something, I really enjoyed that book as well. Yeah. And so you just end up finding the people whose tastes align with yours, or even people whose tastes don't align with yours.
Yes.
Yeah, you can be like, oh, okay, well, this person likes this kind of thing. I normally don't like the books that person likes, so maybe I should, ask some other people, find some other information before I read it. And it's all just really, really interesting. And I think because again, I am biased also. When Sebastian de Castel's new Greycoats book comes out next year, if you want a completely unbiased opinion, I am not the one you look to. I have talked to de Castel. I love his other 4 books. Like, I am prone to liking this next one. You know what I mean? And the fact
Yeah.
that I have conversed with the author, like I'm having conversed with the author, I'm probably not going to be like, you know what? This is freaking terrible. Like, that's just not who I am. But you're not coming to me to find a completely unbiased review on Greatcoats. You're coming to me to find out, is it good? Is it as good as the last ones? That's why you would come to me about that book. You know what I mean? And so we just have to keep these things in mind. The only thing that bothers me is when people pretend like they're not influenced by any of this stuff. And it's like, yes, you are. Yes, you are. Please stop lying. Please. And it doesn't happen a ton, but you know, I don't know.
Well, I think it is. So one, it is possible. Also, RJ, thank you for the 2 spot there. The hat cost me more than that, but we'll get it back. We'll get it back. So it is possible to have a relationship with an author and still critique them.
Correct. Correct.
I would say, like Alex is, obviously we hang out Brothers Gwen and talk to John and stuff before. Yeah. And I don't think that I don't think of Blood and Bone is necessarily bad for him, but I don't think it's his favorite.
Yeah.
And I respect that quite a bit, because it is an easier road to just say, well, like this works for me. It's weird. It is weird. And at the end of the day, you just have to accept that review. We're all human. We all have human nature about us. And personal experiences do change the way that you read books, whether it doesn't even have to be with an author. So when I read Robin Hobb, I was reading along with Rhythm's Discord, not all at once, not all together, but a lot of people were reading Robin Hobb. So the hype was real. The hype was high. And it just so happened that Robin Hobb also just happens to be a writer that clicks with my taste quite a bit. So that is what it is. But I think I did get more out of it talking with them, also talking with Chris Bookish Cauldron, having him on for spoiler discussions, because he pointed out things I missed, and it actually enriched my experience. And then the issue, and I see this with Malazan a little bit. Someone will say, I didn't care for this book in Malazan. And someone will say, well, did you miss this? And they'll say, oh, I did. And they say, well, then your opinion is null and void. Right. It's like, well, and I use Malazan as an example. I've seen that done with The Song of Ice and Fire. I've seen it done with The Wheel of Time, blah, blah, blah.
I've seen it done with Malazan more than one time. It's been done to me before. And I'm like, what do you
I've actually had a really, really good experience so far with the Malazan community. I know people have varying experiences. I've actually had like a really good time with the people I've talked to. So I've been fortunate. But the point remains is the fact that it can change if you do miss something.
Yeah.
It does change your experience.
That's true.
But that doesn't mean you're wrong.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
100%. If you miss something, you could see something that changes your opinion on that.
Yes.
But just because you didn't see it doesn't mean your current opinion is invalid. Like, your opinion is your opinion. And yeah, no, the Malazan community is very friendly. Like, by and large, Pranav is one of the nicest people. Like,
love Pranav.
Read Toll the Hounds and then tell people you don't like it and see what happens. That's the
I'm
litmus.
gonna like it, Alan.
So I know, so it doesn't matter. I know you're gonna like it, but that's the litmus test. Tell people you hate Toll the Hounds and then see what happens. It's people have very strong opinions about Toll the Hounds.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people say it's their favorite Malazan book, so that's interesting.
I know everyone says that, and I honestly, like, I literally don't even understand it. I have read it, and I don't understand why it's everyone's favorite. I just don't. I understand that it is everyone's favorite, and I just don't see what, like they say, do you see what I see? And I say, no, I don't. I literally have no idea what you see. It is like 600 pages of nothing, and then a really cool ending. Done.
It sounds like a Wheel of Time book.
There you go. I mean, I haven't read Wheel of Time, so I have no idea. But it is an incredibly divisive book. But most people err on the side it's in their top tier. Most people, mostly because of the characters in it, and the ending is really good. But even that, I'm like, I mean, it's fine, I guess. Like, it's cool, but it's not as cool as some of the other endings, in my opinion. Watch this. You're about to unsubscribe.
I hope so. Stuart asked if I finished Memories of Ice. I did. I loved it. Thought I gave it 5 out of 5.
Did you start HOC yet?
I actually started it 2 days ago, and I'm just now getting to 100 pages in. I've had other stuff happening, like just a bunch of stuff in my life happening, and I feel like the reading experience has been slow. And honestly, I am so far behind on reviews. I say that I'm only like 4 behind, but I feel so behind.
That is so far behind when it comes to reviews, because you start, like, even if you have notes, like the experience starts slipping from you. I appreciate that. I am glad, unless you're about to say, and I hated it, and then I lost my job, and then, you know, if you're going to say that, then I'm sorry. But if you liked it, then good. I'm happy. But yeah, like reviews being behind on, I'm like 4 behind too, Jimmy, and it feels so.
I have to review Memories of Ice with spoilers, which is going to be like, I mean, at minimum an hour of footage. So
you haven't filmed that one yet?
No. And I want to talk about it because it was awesome and so much stuff happened. But so obviously, anybody who watched my channel, I've done primarily spoiler free. Lately, I've been doing spoiler discussions, and now I'm doing a spoiler section in my reviews, right? And doing a full spoiler review of Memories of Ice is so hard to not just sound like I'm just jumping around. I have to kind of explain why I felt about things.
Yeah.
And then you have to link it all the way back through the book. So you got to have it straight. You know, it's tough. So I've kind of slowed down a bit this month. I've read what, Hyperion 5th season, and I'm reading House of Chains now. What did I read before? Oh, Wisdom of Crowds. So
how was this season? How did you like it?
Oh, 5th season?
Yeah.
Oh, talk about a divisive book, but I don't care. 5th season is one of the best books I've ever read.
Really?
Dude, I absolutely loved it. The use of ecology in the world building was phenomenal.
Wow.
The perspective choices all made sense. There's a second person perspective and third person present, and it switches back and forth. And I'll be honest, man, I just thought the imagination in the world building was top tier. I loved N.K. Jemisin's writing. I know that it's either love or hate with that book because of the perspective. I just thought this. I'm not surprised it won the Hugo.
Yeah, she won the Hugo for all 3, I think.
Well,
I think she's the first time to ever, I think it's the first person to ever hit it back to back to back 3 years running. I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think actually has every single book she written. I mean, I don't know if that's.
I think many of them have at least been nominated. I read City We Became for a shelf space read. And I DNF'd it at like 80% because it is not a book for me. Like, I appreciate her creativity, like I do, but it just was not a book for me. I was just like, I don't care. Like, what is happening? And so it was, I have not yet delved more into Jemisin, but 5th season, it will be the one that I do read when I get there.
And I've heard other people say like they didn't click with any of her other works, but for Broken Earth trilogy ended up, and some people don't even like the full Broken Earth trilogy. Some people only like 5th season. I'll be reading all 3. I'm just I don't know. Let's see. The thing that concerns me about 5th season is that when people talk about why they talk about ecology and POV choice, like those things are cool, I guess. Dude, the storytelling, and the prose are phenomenal. I don't know. Again, you know, everyone's going to have a different experience, especially with a book that dares to step out of the norm and that dares to really go into the imagination. Someone, I think it was Matt Keene in chat, said it was, 5th season. It was really refreshing. That's what it felt like. It felt like, oh, I've never read anything quite like this before. And it was so good. Yeah, it was so good. And it still kind of felt like old school storytelling. Yeah. And I like when things start just making sense at the end and you just go, oh my God, that was in front of my face the whole time. And it's just, you know, it in a way, it kind of reminds me a little bit of like Sanderson, like how Sanderson will just like pop things in and then you're
that man. I hate that man because I know that he's doing it. I know that it's there. I know the information is there for me to understand. And I finish it and I'm looking for it the whole time. I'm like, you're not going to get me, Brian, because apparently I cannot say his name right anymore. I have more than one time in a video, I was reviewing Well of Ascension, and I called him Brian Sanderson on accident. And I didn't even pick it up in editing. It went live, me calling him Brian Sanderson. And then now every time I try to talk about him, I say Brian. I'm like, Brand. I don't know what my problem is, but like I'm looking for it, and I still missed it. In Well of Ascension, I was looking for it because I know how he got me in Mistborn. And then I couldn't find it. And then I'm like, you son of a bee sting. Are you freaking kidding me? How? I am not good at solving the mystery. Were I Sherlock Holmes, all of the crimes would remain unsolved. and all of the villains would get away to rob, kill, or maim another day. And it made me so mad. And like, but I love that. Like, I love like just the feeling of like the feeling that different books give you as you read them. Like stuff like you're talking about Jemisin being like no other book you've ever read. That's like the folding knife that I was talking about earlier. It was written in such a bizarre, like part of it, like there's this whole heist where people literally rob the treasury, but it's told in a documentary style after the fact. It's like, and then the pirates came off of the boat and they walked into the town, and no one noticing them due to them acting like they belonged there, they then proceeded to the outward gates. They pulled out their knives, stabbed the two guards, and made their way. And I'm just like, is David Attenborough like narrating this? It was so bizarre. But it worked. It was like, and just all the inclusion, it was like nothing I've ever read. And that kind of stuff sticks with me. These books that just, I guess, dare to be different. Not there's anything wrong with the norm, but that stuff sticks with me a little longer.
Yeah, absolutely. I like what My Million Pages said here. Also, hello. She said, Jemison's writing so engaged. I read her books in one sitting. That's how I could describe it. So this is something that Evan Winters also was able to do for me, where I was like, I just kind of just want to sit down with this book all day and just keep reading. And Paranesi did that for me. And now Fifth Season also did. And Jake is saying, without talking about it in second person, what is the Fifth Season actually about?
That's actually that's such a really good idea.
Yeah, and it's about a lot. Let me refer to my notes because I don't want to misspeak. I take extensive notes now because I for some reason take this very seriously. Fifth Season, because I knew I needed to write it down because I was like, I'm going to forget when I go to do this in review. And I know people are saying, if you forget it probably wasn't good. No, it's just a lot going on. So it's a world with a single continent that used to be a lot. So think what we have now going back to Pangea, but now it's about to break back apart. Okay. Father Earth is an actual character, right? Not Mother Earth, Father Earth. And it's time for him to break the world again. And he's mad. He had made humans at one point, but he doesn't love them anymore. So he is going to absolutely wreck the world. And there's been breakings. So the Fifth Season, right, is like a season where all these things break apart. There's volcanic ash. It blacks out the sky. Basically, if Yellowstone blew up, tomorrow, what would happen to America? And this happens all the time. And the people with the most wealth are the ones who make it through this period. It can be 20, it could be 50 years. This one, though, is going to last thousands and thousands of years. Among the people who live in the society, there are people who actually can control seismic activity. They can reduce it, they can cause it. And the exact word for them I'm blanking on. But these people are considered, if they're out in the wild, to be no good. Like, we don't trust them, right? We want usually you'll be killed, even if it's a kid, they'll kill you. But then there's also a kind of like a society or school, and it's called, I think, the Fulcrum. And they put them together and they send them on missions to go and fix some of the ecological problems that are happening. So there's like a school order about it too. And it's also very much about one of the magic users, which I think is Erogene or Erogen or something like that is how it's pronounced, is Essen. And Essen is told from the second person perspective. And it is a story about motherhood. And all I can say is it's horrifically tragic and very hard to read at some point. I mean, it's pretty, it's not like insanely graphic, yeah. I wouldn't say, but like, it's just really tough,
Jake's going to ding you because you mentioned second person.
I don't care. I don't care what Jake thinks.
Hey, Jake, are you going to take this abuse from Jimmy?
There's nothing he can do about it.
I mean, that's true.
There's nothing. He's probably working or something.
I thought he didn't have a job, so you told him to get one.
Oh, I did tell him, but he probably listened. He's being influenced.
Yes, his subjective reality is being influenced. You're right. Yeah, I've heard nothing but praise from the Broken Earth. It sounds really cool. My friend Jessie has tried 3 different Jemisin books, and she's finally decided. She's like, Jemisin's she's not the author for me. It just doesn't resonate. She didn't hate any of them. She's like, I mean, it's okay. And so I am also looking forward to giving Jemisin another try at some point. It's just, I have so many other things that are ahead of it in priority.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
So I am going to get to Jemisin will probably honestly be a 2020. What's this year? 21, a 23 read for me. Honestly, I don't think I'll be able to get to it before then.
Fancy Bob, I really like what he said here. Also, I appreciate when saying it is really hard to explain because I felt like I did a very bad job there. But one explanation of the fifth season is an examination of fear and prejudice and how it leads to oppression, as well as fearing those with power and taking away from them. It's also about hoarding wealth. And the beautiful thing that N.K. Jemisin did in the opening pages without any on the nose references, she set the scene, and by setting the scene subtly, I was able to tell that there was disparity in the wealth. There is, they actually describe them almost like skyscrapers with balconies, and then there's tents and slums. And all she's doing is just telling you how the scene's being set. It's told through a second person perspective, and it's really, really imaginative and very vivid. And immediately through like the first 10 pages, I can tell there's a huge gap in the wealth.
Yeah.
And the fact that when these disasters hit, aka climate change, the people who are very well off are going to be, they're going to hurt, but they're going to be better than the people who are sitting in tents. Right. So like that's a really interesting thing. And we're about to see the worst breaking of the world that we've ever seen, the worst fifth season ever. And then the magic's just super cool. And the second person does have a purpose. Yeah. Is all I will say.
Yeah. I like the wealth disparity between like the wealthy hoarding stuff at the end of the world type thing, like the Blackwing, the book that I just read.
Yeah, I'm so interested in that.
It has like it's the same thing. Like the freaking people, they're trying, like their survival literally depends on repelling these, creatures or whatever. But the most wealthy and powerful, they only give the minimum required to hold the fort. Like you don't want to over defend yourself. Like you don't want to have like they're literally these princes or what, they're hoarding their crap. Like it's just like, what are y'all doing? Like we're one fallen fort away from the end of the world, but you know what? At least you'll have, your bread that you're sitting on. That book was like talking about like, demagoguery and influencing. I went down to Orlando last weekend and met Evie and I had met Leslie and Jesse before, but we all met up in Orlando at Outback because my wife has family in Orlando, so we just stayed with them overnight. But I was telling Evie about Blackwing and all the things that, because like I don't usually say it's like this meets this. But Blackwing felt like such a blended smoothie of like a bunch of really cool things that I like, that I was like, it's like Gunslinger meets Black Company meets Borderlands meets BioShock Infinite meets H.P. Lovecraft. And I was just like, the waiter before we left was like, hey, so I heard you talking about that book. Like, what's that book called? Seriously. And so I was like, it's Blackwing. And he took a picture of it and was going to buy it because of like, I was just talking about it in Outback.
That's awesome.
So now they've called me a book evangelist. I'm the book evangelist.
I did the same thing at jiu-jitsu. I damn near had a book club at jiu-jitsu before the pandemic hit. And I got like 5 people at the gym to read Rage of Dragons. And they all, there's a lot of training, martial arts. Evan Winters practices jiu-jitsu. People loved it, man. They came back like, what else should I read? And I got a couple people right now that read. One gentleman, he actually subscribes here. He just finished Dune. I think he's reading Hyperion right now. Which, have you started Hyperion, by the way?
I am finishing Dragonfly Falling this weekend, and I will be reading, because my Hyperion live show is next weekend, so I will be reading it next week.
Okay, very cool. I'm excited to see what you think, because I know you read it like a while ago.
Yeah, I don't remember anything except the Shrike. I remember the Shrike, and I remember liking it.
I really liked it.
I am anticipating enjoying it more because a lot of books that were more complex for me when I was younger feel like I have a better understanding. Like and again, going back to this thing, it's just so fascinating, Jimmy. Like reading a book now, like reading a Discworld book now, I have a different experience than when I read one when I first read it in 11th grade, because I know more. I am a different person now than I was then. And so some of the City Watch Discworld books that I didn't like when I first read 15, 20 years ago, now that I am an adult and have experienced a lot of like what these adults have gone through, they resonate so much more with me. I gave Night Watch like 3 stars back when I read it 20 years ago. That is, if I didn't have such nostalgia for Guards, Night Watch would absolutely be my favorite Guards book. It is so freaking good.
Really?
Oh man, it just like, it hits everything that I believe in. Like people abusing power, and there has to be like everyone. I'm gonna get worked up, Jimmy. And come
on, let's go. Let's do it.
What bothers me, Jimmy? And I do not like. I don't discuss politics because politics is blah, 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 but what is? But what bothers me is that everyone's not the same, and pretending that everyone is the same is like you're being willfully obtuse. Because I always tell my students, I'm like, hey guys, if you want to commit crime, you need to commit a white collar crime. Because if you're walking on the street and you got drugs in your pocket, guess what? Jail, 5 years, enjoy. However, you want to steal someone's entire life savings, ain't no one going to catch you. And if they do, ain't no one going to prosecute you. And if they do, ain't no one going to convict you. And if they do, guess what? You will serve almost no time, and you can probably keep what you stole when you're out. And that is not fair. It's not the fact that the rules do not apply to the people at the top where they apply to the people at the bottom. That is not justice. That is tyranny. And that is what Night Watch says flat out. Vimes says if the laws don't apply to people at the top, it's tyranny used to oppress people below them. And my wife calls it my justice bone. Like I have a very strong core of things that are like, when I see things that are inherently unfair, it drives, and that's why Vimes is my favorite character in fantasy, because he's like, no, like in one of the books, like one of the guys, they catch one of the bad guys, and one of the cops is saying, yeah, you killed, like your thing killed 2 people in the poor part of town. And he goes, were they important? And the cop is like, you are so lucky that I have you here and that Vimes isn't here, because you would not survive if Vimes had caught you and you had said that. What do you mean, were they important? And that kind of stuff. That is just so. There must be a policeman for kings. I literally just translated this into Latin and put it on my board. There cannot be someone above the law. If someone is above the law, it's not the law, it's tyranny. And like, I don't know what else to say about it. It's not like, it can't be. You cannot have justice if it doesn't apply equally to everyone. You can't.
I agree.
And it infuriates me that we try to freaking pretend that it's the bloody same, because it's bloody not. It's freaking not. When freaking Wells Fargo is opening accounts in people's name, and the fine that they get is less money than they made from their ill-gotten gains, that's unconscionable. There's no disincentive.
Yeah, and Wells Fargo has loan sharked one of my friends. I mean, essentially loan sharked him. You know what I mean? It's like just terrible. And
it's inexcusable. And the problem is the people that have the power to change it are the same people who are profiting from it. And that makes me so freaking mad. It makes me so, because there's no incentive to change. And the problem is that the world could be a whole lot fairer place. It could be a much better place for so many people if the people who could fix it would care about people other than themselves and actually do what is good for their fellow man, instead of increasing their, like, just being rapacious and be like, oh, more, yes, power, wealth, fame, yes, add to my dragon's hoard that I curl around at night, yes. It's like, come on, stop.
I can't wait for you to get to the new trilogy in First Law.
Guys, I'm so sorry if I upset anybody or anything. This is my one passion. Like, this is the thing that will get me riled up more than anything else. Because what do your parents say when you're growing up and you say that's not fair? They say life's not fair. You're right. Like a hurricane knocking a tree over and it falls on your house, kills your dog. That's not fair. Someone getting cancer who's never smoked a day in their life. That's not fair. But much of what we say is not fair are people choosing themselves over other people, are people choosing to be unfair. And life could be a whole lot fairer if people would think about other people besides themselves all the time. I'm not saying don't look after yourself, but like there must be justice. There must be a policeman for kings. Justice that doesn't work for the people at the top is tyranny. There you go. Done.
100%. You're
Sorry,
going
I'm
to
not trying
love this. Dude,
share
I think
out.
you're actually going to love all of First Law if you go into it with that because of things.
Yeah, I've
It's,
I've heard that also.
it starts in the first trilogy, but it really comes to light in the second. I wanted to address this real quick. David said, how long have you been training, Jimmy? Meaning jiu-jitsu, going on 4 years for me. People really don't understand the magnitude of the benefits you get from jiu-jitsu. I've been training for about 4 years as well. Obviously, I did not train during COVID. Didn't think that I should. However, yes, jiu-jitsu has been amazing. Jiu-jitsu helped me transition my life into a new age and also is very, very good for problem solving, which I use every day as a programmer. But to your point, Alan.
Hold on, Jimmy, will you highlight Derry's comment quote from one of the Pratchett books?
Oh, right here. Okay. Here,
And
would
while
you
it
like
was
to read it?
regarded as a pretty good evidence of criminality to be living in a slum, for some reason owning a whole street of them merely got you invited to the very best social occasions. Exactly. You own slums. Oh, you're top of the town. You live in a slum. Get out of here, criminal. Ka! Slam the door. Like, this is why Vimes is, he is my hero and has been since high school. And that's like, and talking about books that change your life. There was a tag that says book that changed your life. This is the closest I can get. Is I identified so heavily with Vimes. I couldn't really in high school put a name to it, put a kind of, explain it or, put a face to it or whatever. And then reading these books, I attached so much to Samuel Vimes that it's my fantasy hero and has been. And even now, now it means even more now that I understand more about, the workings of government, the workings of politics, the workings of the economic systems and all this stuff. It's just good stuff.
So if I wanted to read more about this, I'd start with guards, right?
Guards. Yeah, guards is the most traditional of them, where the guards are a joke and they have to be given the will to fight again. And once they do, man, it just takes off, and every book just gets better and better.
I said I was going to stick with the death arc, but maybe I will jump to guard. Like every other booktuber in existence, I will jump to guards.
It's so good. Guards. Now you're on Reaper Man. Reaper Man is also an exceptional book. So if you choose to read Reaper Man, that is completely understandable.
Yeah, I think guards going to click with me because it's one of the things like Benjamin's saying here, Abercrombie. I could see that him being a brutal version of Pratchett. I love the comment on we're seeing it through the eyes of the big people, but Abercrombie takes literally breaks in his books to do chapters called The Little People. And it's just a chapter that jumps through townspeople. You've never met them.
Is this in the whole Age of Madness or just the last?
He does
book?
this in multiple books. I believe he started doing it. I want to say it's in the Heroes because that is his first. Yes, and
that is interesting to me.
Bro,
that is really interesting to me.
So everyone kind of knows it, and I think even some people. He did it twice in Wisdom of Crowds, and I think people are like, "Oh, this again." But what isn't? It's a cool little thing he does, right? He jumps POVs during it and all this stuff. Like me and you will run into each other, and the POV will switch to you, right? But what is interesting about those is not just the beautiful way it's written, and they're usually pretty funny or detrimental, whichever one. It's usually you see all of this build up to this moment from the elitist perspective, and then you see the impact it has on people who really have no business being in the war. They're just going to war because they've been riled up to go fight for this cause, and
this sounds so good. Is this the Heroes? This is the Heroes.
So he does it multiple times. I think it's very on display in Age of Madness, but the Heroes does have it, and he always calls the chapter, if I'm not mistaken, The Little People. And the first time you read one, I want you to message
First Law. I got to.
Yeah, dude. I'm telling you.
That sounds really cool. Like that. That's why books that are about revolution, like the first Mistborn, and then Well of Ascension, I love that stuff because in our real lives, we cannot form a crack team of 8 of us and topple the unfair. I mean, says the people who can literally keep you out with all of their equipment and security and tanks and everything. We don't. Unfortunately, we can't. We're not Mistborn. I wish we were. That would be awesome. But every time we would jump, we would need to say, "Hey, Jimmy, I'm dropping a coin. I'm dropping a coin. I'm
fresh out. I only have Bitcoin."
I want What would the misborn? What would the Allenxandria power for Bitcoin be?
How has no one made a Bitcoin misborn meme? How has no one done this? If you want free gold on Reddit, I just gave it
because
to you.
the power would be being insufferable at parties. And he flared Bitcoin and then was incredibly insufferable as he told everybody about it.
They don't love you like coin. Yeah.
Don't be that guy, Jimmy. Don't be that guy. Wake me up inside. I can't wake up. Anyway, first law, that sounds so interesting. I just love the exploration of why. I don't know. It's like all of that stuff. It just ticks so many boxes for me. I'm actually more excited to read First Law than I have been ever, because that sounds so freaking cool. So,
man. I mean, Age of Madness is based on the French Revolution, just so you know.
That's awesome. That's
yeah,
awesome.
It's all about industrial.
The freaking Assassin's Creed Unity is based on the French Revolution, and I'm on the second to last mission. I haven't seen one guillotine, Jimmy. Not one. What? In a game based on the French Revolution. Not a single guillotine.
I don't think there's any guillotines in Age of Madness either, but he has other methods that are
okay. Are people being tortured and or killed?
Yeah, it's a First Law book, of course.
Then we're fine. It's nothing. I just watched Napoleon search his desk for documents. I'm like, thank you. This is very interesting. Ubisoft.
Listen, I try to be really balanced and respect TBRs and such, and I don't try to pressure people. But like, what do I have to do to get you to crack open the first Law book? Like, what do I got to do?
I mean, I will prioritize it for 2022.
I'm talking like tomorrow.
Nothing, because I have 2 books that I have to finish before next weekend, because I have 2 live shows.
Is there some like Folio Society Discworld books or something I can bribe you?
Oh my
with?
gosh. Please
Subterranean Press or whatever.
I cannot. Okay, so I always tell my students that I am incorruptible and unbribable. I cannot have them stumbling across this thing and being like, Mr. Walker, we literally just saw you bought off. It will destroy my credibility. I must maintain my unbribable. Okay, I will give you this. If I can catch up with the stuff that I have to read, because I'm so behind, I will make every attempt to begin The Blade itself before the end. It's possible I would begin it in December, because it's on my Patreon wheel. It is on my. You are not the first person to want me to read it, so it is on my Patreon wheel. So it's possible I will be forced to in December, but otherwise I will make every attempt to prioritize First Law. The problem is I got to finish Dagger and Coin.
Okay, we'll finish that, but you can listen to First Law on audio. The audio is the best version of it. Stephen Pacey's the best narrator.
But it's fantasy. Game. I'm afraid of listening to fantasy on audiobook because I will miss something.
No, you will not. It's low fantasy. Dude, just trust me. Trust me.
Is this true? Crowd, is this true? Because if it's popular, it must be true. So please tell me. Tell me if you agree. I'm asking the audience.
Anybody in here? I wish if Scott or Nick are in here, they are the audiobook experts by sure. Yeah, look, Pacey is the GOAT. I'm telling you, Stephen Pacey, there's nobody like him, man. There's nobody like him.
Yeah, I don't normally read audiobooks, but I'm reading Bernard Cornwell's Arthur trilogy, and the because it's a historical fiction, so I don't have to keep a whole bunch of systems in place. I can, even if I miss like a sentence, it doesn't matter. But the narrator is excellent, and I did not know that audiobooks could be like this, because every experience I've had before was like not that good. But this guy is like, his voices are fantastic. Merlin sounds exactly as I would picture Merlin talking. It's so brilliant, and I love it. And as soon as I finished the first one, I immediately bought the second one on audio. So I am a quasi audiobooker now, because I wanted to use my commute, because my commute's wasted not listening, because I have a 25 minute drive to work. It's 30 minutes home, 35 minutes home.
It's almost a Malazan chapter on audio.
Oh,
they're 3 hours.
Too long. It's too long.
It's
so long. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. So if I do not have a problem trying to pick it up on audio, if it really is that good. Otherwise, I will try to fit it in with actual reading. Yeah, but regardless, I can't do it now because I have to finish the current audiobook I'm reading and then catch up. So, but I do need to read First Law. I'm excited to read First Law now.
I mean, Benjamin, who I know you guys agree on Toll the House is a master storyteller. The way he paces the sentences make it so comprehensible. And plus, magic is going out of fashion in First Law.
Oh, wow.
It doesn't make enough money, Alan. We only do things that make money.
Hold on, are you serious? Magic's going out of style because it's not profitable?
What's more powerful than magic?
Is that really what's happening in that book?
Money.
Holy crap. That's so cool.
That's like one of the main themes of it. It's like there's a magi.
What is the first law?
So the first law is a group of really crappy people that you're going to meet. You center in Adua, which in England, which is in the center, right? And then there's like a circle C, and then there's other places. So the south, you have the Gurkish, you have the Styrians over in the east. Oh, I'm sorry, the west. And then you have the Northmen, who are basically barbarians. Like, think of wildlings.
So you got the barbarian, the torturer, and who's the third one?
So you have Giselle, who is the young Prince Charming. He's going to be the man. He's a fencing phenom. And let me also just say, oh man, the barbarians from the north are so much more than that. The Northmen, the named men. That's where you're going to get the most Pratchett stuff.
I've been told that Logan Nine Fingers is going to be my favorite.
Logan Nine Fingers is phenomenal.
Is he? I'm excited.
It's phenomenal.
What is the first is like there an actual law that was written first? Is that why it's called that? Like,
yes.
What is it?
I can't tell you.
Oh,
you'll find out.
Okay,
you'll find out. But there is a magi who can do magic. He's like, why would I do magic? I got to make money. He's like, this doesn't make me any money.
That sounds, Jimmy, this book sounds very sad. It sounds very bleak.
Oh, yeah. But it's funny too. I've never laughed.
Jimmy, I don't want to be sad.
Alan,
I have depressed about this.
Alan, there was a chapter in Wisdom of the Crowds that I audibly laughed at, that my wife gave me a weird look. And I laughed about it so hard. I mean, I literally sat the book down, leaned my head, ha, ha, ha. And then I messaged Patrick. Patrick goes, oh my God, did you read this? I didn't even mention that chapter. He goes, did you read this chapter? I said, yes. He's dying. I see. And then I get like 3 other messages from other people. Did you read this chat? Yes, it's so fun. Dude, I'm telling you, the humor in First Law, I laugh more than I cry. But
like, am I going to be depressed about the state of the world after I read them?
Oh, like, for sure.
Jimmy, Jimmy, look at this. Students are turning me gray. I'm already depressed about the state of the world.
Listen, at the end of it all, we're just all back to the mud, man.
Jimmy, why do you say sad things?
Like, wait, Noelle's in here. Noelle is not having a good time as a teacher. She can tell you. She's reading First Law.
You know what?
She's still in here.
Bless Noelle, because I could not teach her class. I couldn't do it. Like, the stuff she tells me that goes on in her class, I'm like, what school is this that allows, like, oh my gosh, I couldn't do it. Like, nope, not gonna do it. Like, I'm not gonna deal with disrespectful children. Most of the time I get really good ones. Every now and then I gotta bring the thunder and the lightning.
A little Law and Order, right?
Yeah, that's right. Jack McCoy, right?
Mirko Crow Cop used to fight in Pride, fighting championship, and they always used to say his right leg was the hospital, and if he hit you with the left leg, you were going to the cemetery. Is that not the most badass thing you've ever heard?
That is awesome.
And they meant it.
Yeah. Is that Ultimate Fighting you're talking about?
Yeah, so it was Pride back in the day. It was Japan's promotion, and then the UFC bought them eventually.
It looks like it hurts so much. Like, I watched, like, first of all, I've seen like 2 UFC fights, and in one of them it looked like everything hurt really bad, and then the other one, I'm like, I thought these people were gonna fight. They're just hugging repeatedly.
See, that's what I grapple.
Yeah, so they're just like no one's punching anybody. They're just like.
Well, that's the interesting thing, right? I love MMA as much as I love books, easily, if not more. I just happen not to enjoy talking about MMA with true MMA fans because they're awful.
Are they the worst?
So it's not MMA fans, it's sports in general. I don't find it any, like, honestly, I have friends. I grew up in Southwest PA. I'm a Browns fan in the NFL. So everyone I know is a Steelers fan. I've never met a group of people. Yeah, they're just like, they just message me, hey, did you know Baker Mayfield sucks? I'm just like, were you thinking you were going to change my mind, or did you think I was going to argue with you? Because I'm going to do neither. And honestly, I'm just probably going to mute the conversation.
Oh, sports.
So when I say MMA fans, what I really mean is sports fans. They're just.
I get it. Look, I am a theater person, but I am not a theater person. I don't like, I was a theater kid, but I don't actually like theater kids all that much because my wife finds it hilarious because I'm like, they're so loud. And my wife is like, Alan, you are the loudest person that I know. I'm like, no, I know. But like, they're always singing, always. My wife's like, Alan, you are singing constantly. I'm like, stay with me. Stay with me. But like, I don't turn everything into a song, and I'm not constantly like, I don't know. Theater people make me tired.
Dude, there's an episode of South Park.
So tired.
There's an episode of South Park. I've never seen it. I saw it when I was on my vacation because at night, I retired early because I'm a boomer. And I'm sitting there in bed at like 9 p.m. in Vegas. And I turn on South Park. And it's this episode about right when High School Musical came out. And there's a kid that comes to their school and he's singing and he's winning all the girls. So all the boys start hating him. But then they find out that the boy doesn't actually want to sing and he's being forced to by his abusive dad. And he's like he's abusive father and husband. He's a terrible human being, but he loves High School Musical. So he's like singing this whole time. Like, it's really messed up, but like, it just was like,
that's horrible.
Like,
Joe Abercrombie write that episode?
But it was crap. But he sung everything. So even when he was mad, like, I'm going to give you one, like I'm going to give you one, just so ridiculous.
I can't handle that tonal dissonance. Jimmy, that makes me sad. You're taking something I love and like a Lovecraftian elder being corrupting it into something unrecognizable that stares into my very consciousness and drives me mad. That makes me so. That's the most disturbed I've been tonight, Jimmy. Like, I'm going to think about that after we're off the stream, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I hate that. That is so terrible. I'm just going to sit in the dark now.
Jimmy is trying to make Alan more depressed. Now you're ready to be a Brandon Sanderson antagonist.
Yes, Jimmy. None of your other audience understand you. I understand you, Jimmy. Come with me. We're going to join BookTok, where people will appreciate you. I can't do it. I can't do it.
You mean you did it?
I can't keep going. I can't keep going. I hate Zane so much.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna use the restroom and refill my coffee. I will be back momentarily.
Go for it. I'll catch up with chat. Jake, the part I'm talking about is with Clover and is it Night? I can't remember. Hardbeard, maybe? I can't remember. The guy with Clover with the axe. It was sounding kind of conspiratorial or whatever he said, like sounding schemy, dude. Literally it might be the funniest thing I've read in the book. Yeah, Scott, I agree with you, man. I agree. Earlier, I gave you the back call, Scott. I said I was trying to sell Alan on the audiobook, and I said, is Scott and Nick know audiobooks better than anybody? And I said, I was looking for your confirmation that Pacey is the GOAT. Yes. Hard bread. Oh my God. Hard bread and Clover. Yeah, it was hilarious, dude. Feudy. He sounded kind of feudy. Dude. People who haven't watched are like, what in the world are you talking about? The point is that I find First Law very funny. And in fact, I feel like if, there it is. Sorry, I had to leave for a bit. I'll tell Alan that you gave him the seal of approval. I knew you would. I think if you don't find First Law funny, one, shame on you, but two, I think that could definitely impact. Like when people say, I didn't really like First Law, I imagine a large portion of those people do not find Joe's humor funny. I happen to love Joe's like dry English humor that is such a downer. Sometimes you just got to laugh with how much injustice there is, right? Like Alan was very upset earlier for good cause. But sometimes you just got to laugh. Sometimes you got to laugh it off. Oh, man. I can't believe he turned off his lights. That was absurd. That was absolutely absurd. Bold statement, Jimmy. What's my bold statement? Alan needs to throw that T-bar out the window. Now the more I talk to him about, the more I actually do think he's going to like it. I think he could struggle with the bleakness, but I think there's also a good amount of silver lining there. Ready for the win. Yep, there it is. We're influencing. funnily enough, I find the first funny, but it never makes me cry. Yeah, I can't agree. I can't tell you why, but actually the first trilogy got me. And you know what? Surprisingly, Wisdom of Crowds, I had predictions that came true. I saw them coming, and like it kind of like made me sad. And then there was one moment in Wisdom of Crowds that caught me off guard. Like I didn't expect to be kind of like sad about it, and I was like, oh man, I actually feel something in my chest. What is that? Yeah, dude, Shivers turned into a one-line machine.
That's the stage of life I'm at where when you sit down. How old are you, Jimmy?
Who, me? I'm 30.
Yeah, there you go. I knew you had a 3 in front of
I'm 30, and I have been diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis.
Have you really?
How embarrassing is that?
I mean, it makes like do your joints hurt all the time?
Yeah.
Oh,
I've had my knees are really bad, but like my ankles are hurting. But recently, my fingers and my hands have been locking up. So when I wake up in the morning, I get a thing called trigger finger. I don't know if anyone in chat knows what this is, but it's like I wake up and it's like there's a catch. So if I go to bend my finger, I have to like really, it's like pulling a trigger and then it gets stuck.
Oh.
And it's very odd. And sometimes it happens in my sleep. Like I start like trying to move my hands, probably because they're hurting. And I'll wake up and like it'll feel like someone has a hold of my hand. Like this morning, I like woke up and I went to do it and I almost elbowed my wife in the head because I thought someone like was grabbing me. But my hands were just locked up. So when I wake up in the morning, my hands are really like stiff. And I have to like sit there and like work them out. So it makes weightlifting's actually become kind of difficult, and then jiu-jitsu as well makes it really hard. Like I left jiu-jitsu the other day and my hands were just like frozen open, and I was like, oh my god, it hurts so bad.
You still go to jiu-jitsu? You still do jiu-jitsu?
Yeah. I got back after I got vaccinated. I went back and been smashing fools.
How often do you go?
So I do jiu-jitsu anywhere between 3 to 4 times a week, and then I weightlift 5 to 6 times a week.
What?
Yeah, so I get off work at 3:30 sometimes, and then I will go work out right before jiu-jitsu because there's a gym in my jiu-jitsu gym, and then I'll lift for an hour, and then I'll do jiu-jitsu for an hour. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, man.
Jimmy, I work out 0 times a week, and that's not good. I used to work out my exercise is significantly tamer than your exercise. I have a treadmill. And I have a very light set of dumbbells that I use to just to do something. And I used to do it before the pandemic. And then the pandemic hit, and you think you do have more time. And then I did it less, and then less became none. And now I feel so overwhelmed by like everything in my life that I'm like, something's got to give, got to cut the time somewhere. You know what you should cut? The thing that's good for your health. And that's what I do. This is unwise.
But a lot of us do it but also like it's kind of encouraged that way, right? It's like that's on your time.
Exactly. So it's just like I got to exercise. What? Freaking 4 to 6 times a week? What? That's how do you have time to read and booktube?
So here's the thing. I'm not as big or as jacked as I once was back in the day, right? But I don't go crazy in the gym anymore, except for maybe once a week, like when I'm really feeling okay. So on the days that I'm not feeling it, I don't push. I do my workouts, but I don't push too hard. I'll put on an audiobook.
That's cool.
And then I got to drive to the gym, and I got to drive back. So the audiobooks definitely help out with that quite a bit. Now, if I'm really feeling it, I'll put on some music and I'll just go to. I can flip the switch still.
Go to town.
Yeah, I can get a little crazy.
Mode.
Yeah, when the knees are complying with me, I'm like, okay, let's do it. I don't get it done there, but yeah, I don't do much else though, dude. Like I work out and I do jiu-jitsu, and those things are to stay sane. Because if I wasn't allowed to legally strangle people, I don't know how I would make it through the day. You're
a black belt, right?
No, I'm a blue belt. I practice a lot more nogi, which is outside of the the kimono, for lack of a better term. So I don't feel like I'm as far as I should be probably in belt progression, but I prefer nogi because it incorporates a lot more stuff. You can get away with a lot more. I do a lot of catch wrestling, amateur wrestling.
So it's different than like a normal gi you would wear?
No, it's the same thing. Generally, jiu-jitsu gis are very similar to what you see in judo. which you're allowed to grip and stuff. And no gi, you can't grab.
I have a judo gi. When I studied in Japan, they gave us 1 day of judo. Like went in there and that guy threw me, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" Like,
oh, dude.
And he threw me on my back, and I'm just like, "What is this?" And then I'm supposed to do it, and I cannot get the leverage. My back hurts because I'm hurting my back trying to throw this guy. I'm like, I can't do this. It's too hard. It's too hard. And so I failed. That was my very brief. But I have a gi. It's got my name in Japanese on it. It's a reminder of my shame.
We'll have to roll whenever we meet.
We do not have to roll.
We should.
Jimmy, I am not gonna judo you.
Dude, let's do Project Get Alan Ripped. Let's just get Alan into a meathead. We'll pump him full of gas. This is gonna be great.
Jimmy, I am more of the indoor non-sweating type.
That's fine. We're gonna put you on stuff that makes your head grow.
No, I don't want any of that. I don't want that.
Man, come on now.
Jimmy, stop demagoguing me. Stop trying to change my subjective experience. Just because that's popular doesn't mean it's quality.
We're sucking Darius got. We're sucking diesel now.
That's right, Diesel. Jake says that being the BookTube beefcake doesn't come without effort.
It's true.
Jimmy?
I'm burning the candle at both ends, hoping I get injured, and then I can have an excuse for giving up. I think that would be great. That people say that to me, like in jiu-jitsu, like, dude, did you really just lift before this? I'm like, yeah. They're like, how do you do it? And I'm like, oh, I just feel terrible. I'm hoping to blow up my back or something, and then I can just coast the rest of my life. And it's like, well, it hurt my back. I can't do much.
You can use it as a crutch. Yeah.
Yes, of course. That's like my wife. I'm like, oh, hey, can you hand my book? Arthritis. I can't grab my book. Can you bring it? She hates it. She puts up with a lot. She's wonderful.
That's great. That's great. But I do when we get up there to DC, which is going to be in the next year, because we've been trying to make DC happen for like 2 years in the stupid pandemic, and we have so many friends in DC. Like a bunch of her high school friends ended up.
Ignore all of them.
Yeah,
and spend all your time with me.
We will definitely link up, Jimmy. If I'm up there, like it just doesn't make any sense. Like my family, or my wife's family, they're German. Her dad's family is German, so she has family in Germany.
Yeah, I have family in Germany as well.
Yeah, when you go to a place, I'm like, I am not going to go over to Germany and then not go see my German friend Klaus, my German booktuber friend Klaus, and freaking Joanna, who's in Luxembourg, right there on the freaking border. Like, it would be a waste of a trip not to find a way to drive an hour and go see them. You know what I mean? So when I'm up in DC, I'm gonna be like, all you Virginia peeps that I know, and in the DC area, and I know some people in Maryland, I'm gonna be like, look, it's time to hang.
It's AllenCon.
It's AllenCon 2022 or whatever. And you'll realize how small I am in real life. You'll be like, oh, I can't wrestle him. I will break him.
You're very like, wow, Jimmy has a huge head.
My head is 24 inches in circumference. I have to special order hats because they do not fit. Like
so much brain.
I was trying to. It's just no. Actually, we figured it out when my brother had his oldest child. They found some dark space on his. They scanned his head for something, and they found dark space on it. And they're like, "Oh my gosh, he's got a brain tumor." No, it turns out we have something that. It's passed through the men in our family. We have huge heads because we have more empty space between our skulls and our brains. And that's what it picked up. And now we have justification for why our heads are so freaking huge.
So is your skull thicker or it's empty space? Because I feel like that would make you presupposition to being knocked out.
Probably.
Because your brain would rattle.
Yeah, probably. And our skulls, I think our skulls are probably thicker too, which is why I've fallen... my head has been struck so many times. Like I tried to freaking skimboard once where, my nephew was doing it, or my cousin was doing it. I'm like, oh, let me do that. I jumped on that. It was an anime fall, Jimmy. There was one frame here and then there's one frame here because that thing shot out from under me.
Your legs replaced your head.
My head hit the sand, and the sand by the freaking water, that's concrete. And
it really is.
It's the only time I've ever actually seen stars. I was like, like cartoon like thing. It was whatever. But yeah, so I have a huge head. So I was trying to order a top hat because I'm finally at a stage of life where I deserve a top hat.
I agree.
I've wanted a top hat forever. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get me a top hat. And so I was looking the other day. I can't get one because the 2XL, which is what I need for my big old head, everyone's sold out of the bloody 2XL top hats. And I need one to be fancy. I must needs track one down.
If there's any top hat creators in the chat, put a +1 so we can hit you up to custom order.
Please hook me up with a haberdasher, please, that specializes in enormous noggins.
Dino asked, how does jiu-jitsu compare to wrestling? I just wanted to say they're very comparable in a lot of different ways. Jiu-jitsu gives you the ability to fight off your back if you were to find yourself in that. Sweep and submissions are very important. Did you listen to any of the rumblings on audio? If you did, are they good? I thought all the fit stuff was good. I thought the other stuff was very bad on audio, if I'm being honest. Yeah, Sarah's boys go to jiu-jitsu, and I see her post stories of it, and it's absolutely adorable.
Did they go to your jiu-jitsu?
No, she lives on the other side of the country, but she man, her kids, like the little kids in gis, man, I don't know why I could not take on the Bloody Nine. There's not a chance. There's literally not a chance. I grew up around BJJ. My dad did it for 15 years. That's awesome.
What is BJJ?
Awesome. That's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Gotcha.
So Jiu-Jitsu came from two different lineages. It came from Japanese Jiu-Jitsu and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. A lot of people give the nod to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but there is...
What's the difference?
There's not much. Basically, you have the Gracies that were the predominant family out of Brazil, and then I'm forgetting the person who started it in Japan. But to be honest, like, yeah, Jiu-Jitsu is a martial art, and there's specific BJJ talents, but to be a good grappler, you have to encompass judo, amateur wrestling, catch wrestling, Greco-Roman wrestling, freestyle wrestling. Like that's why I like no-gi a lot, because there's a lot less gi specific things, and you become a more well-rounded grappler in that regard. And I used to box, but I don't box anymore because I've had way too many concussions from wrestling. So,
oh my gosh, how many concussions have you had, Jimmy?
On record, 8 or 9, but I've probably had somewhere north of 20.
Jimmy, you are 30.
Yeah, dude.
You have, oh my gosh, you have the body of like a, I don't know, like a Victorian war vet.
Yeah, I feel like I'm 50, and everyone laughs at me, but I'm being serious. And people at jiu-jitsu, I say, take it easy on the old man. When I get these like young guns, I'm like, please chill. We're not going for blood. I got to go to work tomorrow. And they're like, you're 30. And I'm like, you don't understand. Like, you just don't understand.
Oh man. Like I
put a lot of miles on my body.
So. When I agree with Benjamin here. When are we going to see
well, my wife is reading House by the Cerulean Sea by TJ Klune, and I want to read that. So I think I might read it very soon after she finishes, which I don't know how long it'll take her to read it. And I might do a joint review. We both read Ninth House. Unfortunately, I read Ninth House so long ago, I don't remember anything from it. She's also wanting to read Fifth Season. So there's a good chance we might see some joint review. She read The Silent Patient, and she wants to read a book called Verity. That's
Did she like Silent Patient? I have that.
She did. She thought it was good. She wasn't like over the moon, but she thought it was good.
Gotcha. That would suck Diesel, Giancarlo.
Yes.
Diesel.
I mean, let's be honest. Alan is basically my permanent co-host. I just take a break every now and then and get somebody.
This is so much fun, Jimmy. And the thing is, like really, like a credit to you. I am exhausted at the end of the week. I am because I
felt guilty asking you to be.
No, it's fine. Like I talk for 7.5 hours a day. But I'm talking about the episodes that I'm not on. I get home on Fridays and I talk. My wife doesn't work on Fridays because she's a piano teacher. So she teaches lessons Monday through Thursday. And so I hang out with my wife for a little bit, and then I'm like, honey, I'm going to go in the garage. Is it okay if I eat dinner in the garage and read? And then Jimmy's show's going to come on. And I'm like, I'm going to watch it while I'm doing some grades. I'm going to keep it on. Jimmy, I just end up watching the whole bloody thing. And my entire Friday night is just by the time it's over, I'm like, oh, it's 10:30. I guess I'm not doing anything tonight. And it's just so watchable. And so your interaction with the guests, first of all, being here is just so much fun, because how on earth have we talked about subjectivity? I lost time in my Policeman for Kings rant. I don't even know what time it was. And, and all this other stuff. Now we're talking about freaking jiu-jitsu and your many concussions. It's just this this is the best of this format on BookTube. It's so good. Like, it's just so good. I watch it. Like, I've watched it every single episode since the one, like 2 before I came on, because I was watching it and then I was like, I want to come on. And then you're like, okay. And then I'm like, yes.
Well, you were so active in the chat. I knew and you know, the funny thing is the reason why you came on here, this is a good lesson for everybody, is that we disagreed on Feast for Crows and Dance with Dragons.
Yes.
And that's why I brought you on. I said, I'm sick of this guy typing in all caps in my chat. I'm going to set him straight.
Because it's got to be the all caps. That's right. and so, yeah. So now, you know, I'm ready to eventually read.
One day.
I'll read you again. Yeah.
I'm about to start to reread in October. So
I'm certain you would rather me start First Law than GOT.
Yes. I absolutely would. Because it's something new, and I would love to hear your take on it. Even if you don't like it, I'd still like to hear your take on it, to be honest with you.
First Law?
Yeah. Like, I would just want to hear it.
I'm definitely going to, because the thing is, again, talking about the subjectivity thing, you think that everyone understands that. So what I don't understand is when booktubers don't like something popular. And this is what I was talking about with the pressure to like things that are popular. Mm-hmm. There are some like douchebag people I know people who've had to take down mediocre, like I'm talking about 3-star reviews of Dune, because people will go at them and be like, well, you're an idiot. Because you didn't like it, because you didn't understand it. And it's just like, why are y'all doing that? Way of Kings, too. I know people have gotten death threats for not liking Way of Kings. Like,
I can't express how much we don't need those people.
No, we don't. No fandom needs those people. And they damage the fandom. So the people who want, like the fandom that wants more people to read and enjoy it, you are not helping your cause by doing that. You're damaging it because everyone sees it and then everyone thinks you're a douchebag and then no one wants to freaking read it. Like, we do not need those people at all. I don't understand how people can get so freaking worked up about a work of fiction. Like, it's okay that you like it. Don't threaten someone's life.
So yeah, I mean, that's completely out of control. I maybe I should ask you. So you have books you're probably emotionally attached to. I would assume Pratchett would fall underneath those. Mm-hmm. So what is your response when you watch someone, and maybe you feel like the review isn't fair to what you love?
Okay, it depends. If it is a person that I do not know, if I do not know them, then I say, oh, I'm sorry that you didn't like it. I really like this and this. If it is someone I know, I will enter a direct message with them and be like, hey, like, what did you not like about it? And then, but they know me. So I have that relationship. So they know that I'm not attacking them. They know that I am literally, I'm trying to see what they say. And because they know my personality, they know that I'm going to be very vociferous in my counter argument. But I have that relationship with them. Yeah. I try to not post negative comments in general. And when I get one, like every now and then I'll get a rude comment. And every time, my wife is so proud of me because every time I type a really well thought out, like reasonable, like response to it. And then I delete it because I'm like, you know what? This is the internet. I ain't going to convince nobody and nothing. And so I just leave it alone. I'm like, you want to be negative? That's fine. If it's super rude, I'll delete it. But if it's just like I'll just like, okay, cool. Enjoy the fact that every other comment around yours has a heart and yours doesn't.
Yeah. I think that's sometimes I will defend myself if I feel like I'm being misrepresented in the comments. And honestly, the only time I've really ran into this is the one video that blew up on my channel, and that was my Way of Kings review, which is hilarious because it's very positive. Like 21 of the 23 minutes is me glowing. And the slightly negative, as I said, I thought Kaladin was like a B+ in Way of Kings, and I didn't like the made up swear words. And I had a lot of, the video did very well. It's like 21,000 now, I think, or 20,000 views, right?
It's more than any of mine have. Holy crap.
I mean, it's by far, it's not even like, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know how it happened, but that's the video that I've seen some stuff on. And it made me laugh last week. And the person was actually very nice whenever I responded to them, but they're like, I just don't understand how you could give Kaladin such a low grade. Yeah. And I said, is B+ a low grade? Yeah. I said, because if so, I did terrible in school.
And that's a perfectly reasonable response. It's I have this quasi concern of reading things like Dune and First Law and Stormlight. just because, not that I don't think I'm not gonna like them. Like, I do think that I'm gonna like them, but at the same time, like, I am afraid. I'm hoping that I'm so hyperbolic and I'm so well known for terrible opinions by this point that even if I do have like a quasi-negative opinion, that people will be like, well, Alan's not right about anything else. So, I mean, this is fine. And they'll just laugh it off. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping my brand enough is no one taking me seriously so that they won't take this seriously either.
There's always someone on the internet that's going to take you dead serious.
I freaking know. I know. And then people get so bent out of shape. Like, people tell me that they don't like my favorite books all the freaking time. Like, a really good friend of mine, 2 really good BookTube friends of mine, or bookish friends of mine, they're not on BookTube. They DNF'd the second book of the Books of Babel. One of them, who is one of my best online friends in BookTube, she DNF'd the second book, 15 pages in. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
That's flagrant. Like, that's a little out.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, that's inexcusable. Are you? And the other one DNF'd it at 50%. And they know. And like, they are my friends and they know how much I love it. And I understand why they didn't like it. I think they're wrong. I think if they had finished it, they would end up liking it. But you know what? Like, I am mean to them, but in a joking way. Like, I tell them, like Charmaine, my friend Charmaine and I, we tell them that they're dead to us. Whenever anybody talks about them, we're like, yeah, I know, it was very sad about their passing. Like, we don't acknowledge their existence. But it's like, you know, we're not mad at them. Like, we can disagree on stuff. Like, it's not my identity. My identity isn't the Books of Babel. I love the Books of Babel. I really want everyone else to love it. But if you don't, that's okay. I bet we can find some common ground. Look, like Jake. I love Jake. Jake hates greatcoats. He hates greatcoats. He hates it. 2 of them, 2 of the 4 books were on his worst books of 2020. 2 of them. But you know what? Like, Jake and I have other common ground in freaking the Gwyn books and several other books that we read. Like, Jake and I agree on most books that we read. So, you know, there's always common ground. There's usually common ground somewhere. It's rare that I can't find something, some book that we both like. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and sometimes it'll surprise you when you have a crossover with somebody.
Yeah.
And you can also, depending on a person, if it is like a 99% we don't agree on things, and you know, if they hated it, you're probably gonna love it, which is great. That's a good thing to have. Scott said he's going to be there to troll your videos and tell
that's
you
fine, Scott. Like, I'm fine with good-natured trolls. I have people telling me I'm
Scott's
wrong.
The best.
My friends tell me I'm wrong all the friggin' time. They call me out, and you know what? That's fine. I have terrible opinion.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
I am known. I'm actually known as one of the safe havens on Discord. My Malazan channel is a sanctuary for unpopular Malazan opinions, because they know that, you know, it's my Discord and I have the most unpopular Malazan opinions. So anyone who doesn't like something that everyone else likes ends up in my Discord being like, Alan, I totally agree with you on this. I'm like, you're safe here. You're safe here. Come. And the Uber Malazan stands, there's several in there also who are just like, yeah, disagree with Alan, but you know, I get it. So
you're kind of like the pust of BookTube, you know what I mean? Like this.
Jimmy.
I'm sorry, you're more of the croup.
I mean, if I have to accept, I'll take Krupp over pus.
Yes, by far.
Any day of the week. I am not. Yeah, yes. I'm secretly plotting to hack your channel, Jimmy, and then do nothing but fantasy romance novels where half-naked men on the covers are cradling full-bosomed women in their arms, and you will never expect it. It'll be such a huge surprise. Oh, you heard me? Oh, I must now hide and pretend that was all a joke, and that I didn't mean any of that, because no, I cannot have him know of my evil schemes. That's this girl pust.
That's actually him, though. That's
literally what it is.
Like, that's actually, you know, I think we're the Ikarum and Mappo.
I love them as their story goes on. I don't love them in Dead House Gates, but as the story continues, I like.
I'll be Ikarum since I can't remember anything, since I have brain injuries.
Because you have so many concussions. Jimmy, you must be careful, my friend. I must make sure he doesn't remember having read Akatar, because it will be too traumatizing to his memory. It's ridiculous.
You could have used Mistborn as well.
Oh, yes. He can't remember his Well of Ascension read.
Great sieges have occurred. Great
Yes,
sieges,
exactly.
my
Look,
friend.
I like Bug and Fiddler. Bug and Fiddler are two of my favorite characters. I'm a huge fan of Bug and a huge fan of Fiddler.
I like Fiddler a lot,
I
actually.
like Fiddler a lot too. He's the everyman's everyman.
Benjamin, you said something here, and I really like this. It said, I wish I had seen more negative reviews of Blood Mirror before starting Lightbringer. Negative reviews can be such a great service. So there's a few things I feel about. I agree with you wholeheartedly, but there's a few things, and I actually kind of wanted to talk about this tonight. So I'm glad
you
you
finished
brought it up.
Lightbringer?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Hell no, I'm not reading that. Alan, I heard it sucks. I'm not going to read it.
Did you read any of them?
No. Why would I?
I thought you were talking about Lightbringer.
No. Actually, what I'm doing right now is actually what I wanted to talk about, though. So I can't tell you how many times I see this, and I've done it too. Actually, I just did it as a joke, but I've also done it for real. Is you'll just hear someone say, "Oh, they didn't like that book," and I'll see someone say, "I'm moving it. I'm getting it off my team. I just won't read it then." And I think that's interesting. I think that's a valid thing to do, depending on the criticism. But a lot of stuff we do is sentences, sound bites, and then people will just turn. Oh, I heard it wasn't any good. So I think the responsibility, a lot of times, we're talking about negative reviews and how do you react when someone doesn't actually enjoy the book that you love. And I think the responsibility falls on the viewer / listener, because most of the time I post videos 1% of the time. Most of the other time I'm watching your video, I'm watching people's videos, right? And I have to know that when someone hates a book, like let's say you reviewed First Law and you hated it, and you did a review and you didn't tell me a single thing of why the characters sucked, there was no plot, which I hate that criticism, but whatever. The world building was bland, and Joe Abercrombie's an uninspiring sack of shit. I would just be like, you would never say that.
I've gotten feisty.
I want you to go R-rated one day, but after 10,
I live a PG-13 rated life, Jimmy.
You know what? Sometimes it's better to keep it clean so everyone can laugh. But if you did a review like that, it's on me as the viewer to go, okay, he did not like it. He did not articulate. He articulated why he didn't like it, but he didn't tell me why. Yeah. Right. So what do I take from that review? I take from that review, Alan didn't like this book. I don't take away from that, oh, there's some things in this book that might not be for me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I've seen people cut, and actually Lightbringer is a perfect example. I've heard people talk about the negatives of Lightbringer, which I'm not going to jump into because I don't really care to sway anyone in chat one way or the other. Yeah. For example, I heard that he retcons his entire magic system.
I have also heard that.
And to me, that it doesn't sound very interesting. And then there's some habits that he has, and I've heard that the way he writes his female characters is abysmal. And for a modern author not to be able to, writing women is a part of writing. If you can't write women, you aren't a good writer.
I have heard that improves in the later books slightly.
That's great.
But like in the later books, no. I'm telling you, I'm hearing the same stuff that you're.
Yeah. So, and again, we're hearing this, right? Yeah. My subjective experience when I read it, like I would say, if it's one of those things where you're like, oh, I was really excited about that. Like for instance, Trader's Son Cycle by Miles Cameron is a book that I've heard a lot of people be very disappointed in because of it's very convoluted. It almost doesn't feel like fantasy in some ways. And people say that the plot, like some of the POVs literally don't intertwine with the plot ever, even if you finish all the books. Okay. I'm still going to try that.
Me too. I want to read Red Knight too. Same thing. Same.
Yeah. And I know, I'm aware that people didn't like it. Petrick hated it. Like one started, I think.
He did. And I, in a book hall when I was talking about it, said that Petrick loved it. And I had forgotten. I had seen that video and I thought because it was in his wrap up or whatever, I thought I remembered him liking it. He did not. He hated it. And I was like, Petrick, I'm so sorry that I had to put a note like saying, Petrick did not like it. Please ignore me. So bad, misrepresenting.
Well, me and Petra were going to read at the same time, and my reading schedule got messed up. So I said, "Well, you read it and let me know." And he said, "This is a terrible book."
Yeah.
So, but like that's a book where the negatives I heard don't necessarily bother me. So I'm going to give it a shot. Right. So I do think as a viewer or as a consumer, we have to then pick out like what about the review means anything to us.
Yeah.
So if someone reviews Way of Kings and they say, I didn't like the oversimplification of slavery in the plot, blah, 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 blah. Or that, they had all these reasons. They didn't click with any of the characters and it didn't happen and they didn't identify with the theme. They actually give you reasons why they didn't like it. I think even if it doesn't matter to you, you take that, you apply it to whatever you're going to think about the series, whether you're going to read it or you have read it. At what point in that thought process do you think about attacking the person? Do you think it's going to change their minds? Do you not want them to share their opinions? I think I just don't understand where that leap in logic is.
The leap in logic is at some point they do think that they're going to change their minds. They think that if they can strike hard enough and reasonable enough, like they can attack and I don't understand it because it's not a logical, like that's not a logical thought. We know that like attacking someone is the least likely way to change someone's mind. Like it doesn't work. Like the reason we have these stupid aphorisms, like you can catch more flies with honey than vinegar, is because there's enough truth in them that they've persisted. You're not going to change someone's mind by screaming at them. It's certainly not mine. I'm the kind of stubborn cuss that I'll dig my heels in. And guess what? I hate it more now. I'm going to hate it even harder. I'm going to be Michael Scott. Like I'm going to hate it even harder now. Like
yeah. And I think so. Basically what I'm saying, I think negative reviews are very useful. I think agree. It does depend and it does rely on the fact that the person watching the video is able to discern these things. And maybe that's something to think about next time you see a negative review, because it's something that I've had to learn. Like, I'll be honest with you, like when I saw that people didn't like A Song of Ice and Fire, this before I did BookTube, I was like, wait, what? Because it's the only thing I had really read in my adulthood. I was like, well, they're wrong, and then you read more and you learn more, and then you can start to see why someone might not like it, and then you realize that not everything's for everyone. That's also part of just growing up, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Scott is in Barnes & Noble. Scott, if you were still in here, tell me if they have a BookTok section. Because mine does, and I want to prove to Alan it exists.
Yeah, Jimmy, like you're right. And like I think negative reviews are often more useful than positive reviews, because positive reviews tend to focus more on what everybody liked, and they often do not paint an entire, and I'm not saying everyone's, but I mean, a lot of times they are just like, I love this book. I loved it so much. I loved all of this. And it tends to, many of them do not contain a full picture of the book. It's just, I loved it. And it's hard to get a complete picture when there's no flaws in anything. Like, cause is it really perfect? Now I've had some that I'm like, I don't have any complaints. And like, even if someone else might not like this, I loved it. Like this, I can see this being a problem for somebody else, but for me, and it is not a negative in my book, like the Trader Sun stuff. But I mean, I think we're too powerful. If we can just say, yeah, I hated it, and someone's like, oh, moving it down on my TBR without saying anything else, we have become too powerful. We have become that which we swore to destroy.
And that can happen.
It absolutely can. The greater one's influence goes, like the less you actually have to say to influence someone in one way or another. It's very strange like that. It's like when you're smaller, you have to earn your opinion. And once you reach a certain threshold, your opinion just carries weight no matter what. And so you can just be like, didn't like that. And you get thousands of people being like, well, I'm not reading that book now. And there's nothing wrong with being very successful. Like there's nothing wrong with anybody. I have nothing against people being successful, but I do have a problem with king making. I have a problem with people who have the power to like anoint, like, because I have all of this power. If I say everyone buy it, literally thousands upon thousands will flock in droves and buy this thing. When you have that kind of power, it does not mean that corruption exists, but the potential for corruption exists. Because once you have that power and people know it, be like, hey, can I buy that power? Hey.
Alan, are you saying that with great power comes great responsibility?
I would never say it like that, but yes, I would never say it like that because frickin' Stanley, I wonder if he ever got tired of hearing that line. But I mean, yeah, like the onus is on you. Yes. Like, I think, anyway, I just think that it has to be more than just your opinion. I didn't like it. You're absolutely right with, I didn't like it. This is like, it had no plot. I mean, it really, like, I tend to say, I did not like the plot. I thought it was boring because of this, because the stuff that I enjoy, that I find interesting in plots, did not occur in this. None of that happened. None of the things that I like the story to do happened in this. Now, if, a lot of people don't like military stuff in their fantasy. A lot of people, that is a huge turnoff, big military sections.
Yeah.
But for me, like, I'm like, ooh, sign me up, military, heck yes, because that's what I like. So, something that is a complete, like, 10 out of 10 for me could have something glaring like that in their plot that is absolutely boring, unappealing, don't like it at all, don't give a crap. There are some people who do not find political intrigue interesting. I do not understand those people, but they exist. I'm like, you don't like court intrigue? How? It's so interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's another conversation. Is some people think that, like me, I said I didn't like naval fantasy. Turns out, I don't know. The ships in Realm of Eldering sold me.
I want to read live ships.
I didn't like first person, and now I'm like, I kind of love first person when it's done well. So it's also good to expand your horizons. I'm getting a live update from our man on the ground.
Man on the ground.
Scott Glasgow. BookTok is, in fact, in Barnes & Noble. Thank you, Scott. He says the millennials and Zoomers are in force. Mindlin says Barnes & Noble has BookTok as well.
Michael. I love Michael. Michael's awesome.
This is going down.
That has to be new because we have a Barnes & Noble about an hour from here.
Damn, that far?
All I have in my town. I need to explain something to you, Jimmy. When I was growing up, we had 5 bookstores in this city. 5. It was the Library of Allenxandria, where scholars came from all over the world to study here our ancient texts. If any book that could be bought was found upon the halls and lining the aisles of our Shangri-La of bookstores. And then people decided that reading is for nerds, and every bloody one of them shut down except the freaking Books A Million, which what it means is that it has 1 million copies of 3 books. Freaking Lord of the Rings,
so funny.
All the time, and what Girl Wash Your Face or whatever the new self-help. Seriously. And then the sci-fi, the sci-fi fantasy section is all jacked.
Well, that's so funny you said, because I have 2 Books A Millions within 15 minutes of my house. And that's dude, cool. They have one has used books. That's where I found some of the standalone Malazan stuff, first edition.
Oh, nice.
And they carry a ton of fantasy with stuff I haven't seen before. Like they still carry, I think it was Jenny Warts, who would.
Jenny Warts,
yeah. I'm very interested in reading her.
Yeah, I heard y'all talking about it. And I'm like, man, where am I gonna put this? Where am I gonna put this on my TBR? Where am I gonna read this?
It's moving up fast for me. In fact, I would honestly say after Malazan, that will probably be something I tackle.
That's cool.
I really do.
That's cool.
My nearest bookstore is a bookstore 2 cities away. But what happened? We never got a BookTube section. Like, what about me?
No,
what about me, man?
You're too old. It's and so the good bookstore is an hour away, and my wife and I, we take day trips out there to anytime we drive west. She knows that I'm going to be like, let's stop at Barnes & Noble. Like, we got to stop at Barnes & Noble. And last time I was there, they did not have a BookTok table. But if they do, I'm going to take a picture of it, and I'm going to scowl angrily at its very existence.
I need to make some more trips. There's a lot of other bookstores around here, especially up in Towson, which was where the college is. One of my patrons told me that there's a really good bookstore. I actually might go there tomorrow. We'll see. Faisal, I hope I say that right. I've seen you. Welcome back. I've seen you about a bazillion times. Jimmy, I was wondering if you prefer Age of Madness trilogy over the First Law. Absolutely. I love the First Law trilogy. There's some characters in that will remain in my top 10 forever, but the Age of Madness trilogy is just better in every single way, and it has a much, much better plot, in my opinion. Also, Colton asked earlier what my top 3 favorites were from Age of Madness. Oh, man, I would say Orso, Savine, and Clover, actually. But that might change. We'll see. Pranav's here. My boy's here. We're trying to get Alan to read First Law.
Yeah, there was a big discussion about that.
Yeah, my buddy read words. Yeah, absolutely, Scott. We should do it. And I know AP and Philip are going to be reading all the way through it. Honestly, when they start, I might just have to make room. The 2 biggest things I have coming up are that, and after Malazan's massive, is Sun Eater by Christopher Rocchio. I am so interested in that.
Me too, because I got Alex and Leanna breathing down my neck about Sun Eater. They keep
these 2. I'll tell you what.
Every other day they're like, "When are you reading Sun Eater?" I'm like, I'm working on it. Give me a second.
And they're always on Instagram. Like, who uses it? I'm too old for Instagram. They're always messaging
I actually have an Instagram. Weirdly, I started one like about 4 months after I started BookTube, just because I don't really know why, but I started one now, and it's You know, I have a bunch of students that follow my Instagram, and they're like, "Mr. Walker, we saw you." I'm like, I wasn't talking to you. Trust me. I'm not talking to you in my Instagram stories. Please pretend that doesn't exist.
I will follow you.
Okay.
I will follow you. I have 720 followers.
Nice.
Alan, I want you to look at this.
How are we not followed?
I've never posted a single thing.
And you have 720 followers? Jimmy, if you have more followers than I do and you have not posted a thing, Jimmy.
I'm an influencer, Alan. Look at me. Look at me influencing. Look.
Okay. I have more than you, but not appreciably more, considering that I have 116 posts.
I would say 700 of those 723 are old wrestling fans that are hoping I come back.
Oh, dang it. I need to wrestle and get some of them Instagram.
Dude, you would have made a phenomenal manager.
Yes. Oh, it'd be so amazing. Oh man. I love managers. They're the best. What is it? Is it Jimmy Nuts? Adding right now.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll follow you back whenever I get my phone open again. Chase, I'm gonna read books of Babel, dude. I was sold on that from you, Alan, and Rhythma, and I think Jake, but I can't remember.
Jake has. I don't think Jake's read them yet.
Let's team up and get Jimmy. Dude, you don't have to team up on me, bro.
Philip's gonna read them eventually too. But Philip is reading Long Price Quartet in November. He's starting Long Price Quartet in November. And I am so happy that Dr. Chase is going to read them and experience the glory that is Daniel Abraham.
I want to read Long Price Quartet so bad too, dude.
You need to read Long Price.
Listen, here's what happened. I said, I'm going to do all these series before Malazan. Then I started Malazan on accident. I slipped and fell and ended up in Pale. And I haven't been able to find my goddamn way. I'm with the Bridge Burners. I'm stuck.
It's 10 books, Jimmy. You fool. You never start a 10-book series lightly. You're stuck.
No, you're not telling me anything new. But
I did the same thing. I had this read along on my channel about the Tchaikovsky series, Shadows of the Apt, and I'm like, yeah, we're just going to read the first 4 for the read along because it's a complete arc. I read the first one. I was like, I'm totally reading all 10. There's no way I'm stopping after 4. So sorry. So I'm committed to 1 a month for the next 8 months. Oh well.
Well, I'm not afraid to take breaks during Malazan. Like, it's been about a month since I read Memories of Ice, and I just said it is what it is because my wheel. So, if for everyone that's one of my patrons, you guys know, but for everyone else, there's a once a month I spin the wheel. This is Alan's idea, so I got to give him all the credit. I asked Alan how he went about it, and he told me, and he graciously told me I could adopt the idea.
I love chaos. That's all I got to say.
I appreciate it, and it's been amazing. So I've done it 2 months in a row, but 1 book a month is randomly selected from the wheel.
Very cool. After House of Chains is a good place to take a break if you're going to take a break.
Really?
Yeah, because Midnight Tides starts kind of like a new. It's on a new
arc
plate or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, because if you start Midnight Tides, you're gonna have to finish Bone Hunters and then Reaper's Gale, and then Toll the Hounds.
I was trying to do 1 a month, which, to be honest with you, is actually doable. It's the fact that I'm also doing a Song of Ice and Fire book a month, and then I have a Patreon book I read every month, right? So that's 3 books right there.
Yep.
And 2 of those happen to be huge.
100%. That's why I'm reading Way of Kings in the first quarter. I'm going to give myself January through March to get through Way of Kings.
Yeah, there's a chance I might actually go to 1 book every 2 months from Malazan, especially because then I got to make the content for it. That's another thing. Like, I was supposed to do a Dead House Gate spoiler discussion, still haven't done it because.
Oh yeah, and you're sitting on that Memory of Ice spoiler review that you haven't.
Don't remind me. It's so stressful.
Yeah, I get it.
Dino, I did not wrestle in college. Just to be clear. So yeah. We were talking about something. Long Price Quartet. Oh, I was talking about the wheel. Yeah. So I spun the wheel, and Baron, your book, Your Brain on Books. I always mess it up. He's a new booktuber. Phenomenal reviews. You guys should go check him out. I can't believe he's doing that well.
Your Brain on Books.
Yes. Actually, when I Google it though, I can't seem or not Google. When I search on YouTube, it doesn't pop up immediately, which is kind of weird. I shared his video on my community tab if you want to find it.
I think sometimes when it's smaller, you have to search like a video that they do or something like that. Like,
if you go to my community tab, I shared his I believe it was 5th season, or maybe it was Hyperion. I can't remember which one I shared from him, but Baron's excellent. So Baron won my random Patreon book of the month. Which that's for my 2nd and 3rd tier people. I have my low tier that gets the access to the Discworld.
Jemisin.
So he won. So I read 5th season, and now I'm sitting here like, well, I just started a trilogy, and I loved it. So now I'm like, I got to finish this trilogy. But guess what? I also started Prince of Nothing by Scott Baker. And I'm like, I also really want to finish that. Now, at least N.K. Jemisin's books are pretty small. You know, they're 400 or 500 pages. Prince of Nothing is huge.
Is it really?
I mean, it's not. And here's the thing: it's not huge. It's like 600-700 pages. I would say I'd say with the font, it's more like 800 pages, but it is dense. It's almost. It's not as dense as Malazan, but it's almost there. And his, you know, he makes you think. And the fact that I'm balancing Malazan, that I read Hyperion. I want to read the second one. You know, it's just like so many. Hyperion 2 is going to have to take a back seat, unfortunately.
Yeah, I actually want to finish Hyperion as well, because when I first read it, I only read the first 2. I didn't read the Endymion books that are, you know, the part of the Hyperion cantos. So I didn't read Endymion or Fall of It or Rise of Endymion. Yeah. So, yes, there we go. Michael's reading it, and Evie's
a lot of people are reading it.
Yes, I know. It's so
good. Hey, there you go. How is Dragonfly?
It's amazing. It is amazing so far. That's the second book where I was like, how is it possible it's better than the first book? It's so good. Awesome. It is so good. Yes, I am also eager to hear your HOC opinion, because I am I'm pretty in the minority with House of Chains being one of the books that I like. I like House of Chains more than most people do.
Okay, because so I'm about 100 pages in. I mean, chapter 2 is so long, it's kind of ridiculous. But I like it so far, but I've been told, everyone says, be prepared. You know, be prepared. It's not great. So again, you know, preconceived notions and stuff. I've just tried to like block that out and enjoy it. And so far, so good. I do feel like I'm reading it way slower because, again, we're restarting, it feels. And I didn't realize, but the beginning of House of Chains happens before the Siege of Pale. Mm-hmm. And I thank God I looked it up, because if I hadn't, I would have never known.
Yeah.
So I want to join us in the shadow pretty long after Guns Done. Please wait.
I told Stuart we're only reading 1 a month, so like, you know, if you read 2 in 1 month, you're already caught up to us. We're only on book 2, so it's it's just really good. Like the community aspect of what we do here, Jimmy, is just so, like, it makes it so worth it. Like just getting to sit here on a Friday night and talk with my buddy.
Dude, this is great.
Yeah, and then, you know, all the people that join us when we read stuff, and just talking about people about and learning things, that new perspectives about books that you did. Like what I definitely don't mind is when people are like, "Hey, like, did you see that thing?" I'm like, "No, what? Yeah, this is supposed to be that." I'm like, "What? I missed that. What? I much prefer that to." Well, you don't understand.
Actually,
yeah. Let me actually. You're actually. Bah. It's just like. That happens to me all the time, Jimmy. Like I get sent, because I'm a Latin teacher, everyone sends me Roman and Latin memes all the time. And there's approximately 5 of them, and I've seen them all. And I get them every year. I get them every year on March 15th. Someone sends me a picture of a bottle of Caesar dressing with knives stuck through it. I've seen it 100 times. And they'll send me a picture of like Julius Caesar bust that is a pencil holder where you stick all the pencils in his back. I've seen that too. Like, I get the same memes all the time. And someone always sends to me where it's like this thing where people are like, whose idea, like whoever's idea it was to name, to make September, October, November, and December, the 9th, 10th, and 11th, 12th month should be stabbed. And someone's like, well, you won't believe what I have in store for you. No, it is not Julius Caesar's fault. I have to like, it is not Julius Caesar's fault.
And they're making you do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Caesar didn't do it. All Caesar did was rename July. He renamed it from the word meaning the 5th month to Julius. That's all he did. He didn't move it. They'd already been moved. It's not Julius Caesar. They'd already been moved. He just renamed it. And then his boy Augustus was like, Caesar did it. I got to do it too. So he changed the name of the 6th month to August. Like to Augustus, and that's why it's August. That's it. They just renamed the month. They didn't move them. They'd been moved freaking 600 years prior. But people are always like, Julius, no, he did not. Stop it. Sit down. Let me school you.
Isn't it funny how those things go through, especially in history, but in other things, and it's just things you're told your whole life, like you should suck the snake venom out of a snake bite. That's not true.
You should not do that.
Yeah, if you're listening and you're being bit by a snake right now, don't suck the venom out.
Yes, like it's bizarre how that stuff like pervades our public consciousness, and that like everyone knows about these things that you're supposed to and not do, and it's just like no one knows where it originated.
Yeah, it's weird. And I know I'm forgetting a couple right now, but me and my wife, when we go on walks, I feel like that's something that we always end up talking about. It's just like, you remember this when everyone said to do this and it actually was not right. And it's just like they're like cliches that just get built over time. And with history, it happens a lot.
Yeah, it definitely happens.
It happens a lot. And I've been very much interested in the historicity of religion lately. And it's crazy how many things have just no basis whenever it comes to like people who are believers, who have the scholarly ability to go back and look at the historical record, and they're like, we don't know why anyone believes this. It's not in the original text. And it's just like there's that, but there's also that for like really important things, like a snake bite. Like that's
it's absolutely ridiculous. It's like so crazy where some of this stuff comes from and how I mean, just look at the American fables or tall tales, like George Washington and the cherry tree. Every child grows up believing that that's true, that Washington, he didn't jump on no cherry tree.
And we just say it. Say it.
Exactly. That's what you know about him. Mm-hmm.
And you know what happens? That happens a lot with celebrities too. And there's a very good stand-up bit about, I can't remember who it's about, but whatever. Basically, they said something about an actor. The guy had been told that by his dad, and he was just repeating it. And he was actually at a party with one of the actor's friends, and he said, that's not true. And he's like, no, it is. And he goes, well, how do you know? He's like, well, my dad told me. And he's like, your dad's wrong. He called his dad. He goes, Dad, why did you tell me that so-and-so did this? He goes, oh, I don't know. I just made it up. And he's like, wait, what? It's funny because we'll have an experience or something, and then we'll just talk about it like it's fact. We do it with books. We do it with books all the time. I always wonder, like, sometimes where some of these trivia knowledges come from. And I'm like, is this even true? Like, I have no idea if this is true. Like one of them that I don't know if this is true or not, but I've heard of a lot of people mention it, is apparently the two people who were written down to finish Robert Jordan's series was George Martin and Brandon Sanderson. Really? And they didn't pick George Martin because they thought that the fandom that he had built would, like, he had his own series, like he had his name stay, and they felt like it would be bad to pull him away from that. And then so they picked the up and comer Brandon Sanderson. I've heard that multiple times. I don't know, and I've never corroborated the evidence. If someone knows if that's a fact, please let me know. And don't just say, it doesn't sound right. Because I guess George and Robert Jordan were actually pretty good friends. Like they very much enjoyed each other's work, which is kind of cool. But that's just like one of those things that we just repeat over and over and over. For instance, I met Jonah Hill once, and I thought Jonah Hill was not cool. And I used to go around saying, oh, doll, you like Jonah Hill? And I'd tell the story. And I'm like, you know what? I might have met Jonah Hill on his worst day. Like maybe I should stop telling people that.
Where'd you meet Jonah Hill?
I was at a WWE tryout, and he was a special guest on Monday Night Raw, and he was backstage with me, and he didn't do anything to me, but how he interacted with everyone, I thought he was very pretentious. And they actually didn't use him before they went live. They said, we don't need you.
Wow.
Yeah. It was kind of crazy. And I've kind of judged him off of that my whole life.
Yeah.
What a dumb thing of me to do. Like, I don't know what he was going through. I don't know what the circumstances were. Maybe he wasn't supposed to be there. Maybe he got booked last minute. I don't know.
We do that all the time in life. Like,
I think about how many people I've said that to, and how many people are now going to repeat that. And now, Jonah Hill's a jerk, right? And it's like, he might not be.
Yeah. My wife knows, we talk about this pretty frequently. First of all, I think it's cool that you and your wife go on walks. My wife and I go on walks, which seems like a common thing, but like, I don't know. Like, I love going on a walk and talking to my wife.
Yeah.
But like, my wife is the most soft-spoken, gentle, like non-abrasive or aggressive human being on the face of the planet. She's not like me at all. She is much quieter, but she has to think about things for, like, she is just a very, very thorough decision maker. Mm-hmm. I make snap judgments, but I reserve the right. I'm like, if okay, you ask me a question, boom, that's my answer. If new information arrives later, I will change. I reserve the right to change my mind or opinion or whatever upon receiving new information. But with the current information that I have at my disposal, this is the best decision I can make. Let's move on. And my wife's like, well, I'm still thinking about it. I'm like, I mean, okay, but and so I do that with people too. I'm like, with the information I have right here at my disposal, boom, that's my judgment on this person. And that is the way it's going to stay. until I get additional information that disproves the way that I think. And that happens all the time. Like, I am perfectly willing to admit that I am wrong when that happens. And it does. It happens all the freaking time. And I've been wrong about people a ton, where I prejudge people and then they end up I end up really liking them. And I'm like, yeah, but I mean, that's because I had more information than the snap judgment that I made. So, but I think we do that all the time.
We do. And we just move on. We just,
we just go about our lives like hating that person. Like, that guy was a douchebag. I hate that guy.
Yeah, I think whatever you stop, if you can put a handle on that or a cap on it, I think you start realizing that it makes you a lot happier too. And you let it roll off. Chase asked how I thought Piranesi was. I thought Piranesi is one of the best books I've read all year. It's all about the mystery and the scene setting, and I just thought it was just amazing. I thought it was the smoothest book I've ever read. It had not one hitch. Every single word was perfectly placed. I can't speak highly enough of Piranesi, and it's like 248 pages on Kindle or something. It is so short. You could probably read it in a setting because that's how it reads. And I love stuff that's entered as a journal, which that is. I like The Diary of Anne Frank's one of my favorite books. Absolutely love that book.
Excellent book.
Yeah. Excellent book. I'm trying to catch up through chat here. Let's see. We'll talk. I enjoyed House Chains quite a bit, says Scott, struggling a bit currently with Dust of Dreams. I've heard Dust of Dreams is another one people either love or hate.
I also like Dust of Dreams more than most people. I think the first 100 pages of Dust of Dreams are the best first 100 pages of any of the 10.
I like what Pranav actually says here. He says House of Chains is great. It's pretty chill. And I think I feel relaxed when I'm reading it. And I'm a little confused, but I'm digesting it more than any of the other openings of the books. And Memories of Ice, so much happened that it's actually kind of nice to reset a little bit. Like, Memories of Ice was a lot.
Yeah. Pranav's one of the ones that agree with me that Toll the Hounds is one of the worst.
Really?
Malazan.
I do trust him.
I'm saying yes because I want to see if he'll respond to that. Yes.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Yes. Got you.
Hopefully at some point. I'm just so gun shy about doing them, but I appreciate it.
Man, the first one was great. For those who are just listening to audio, Lola asked Alan if he would be doing another history video because Alan started a history series on his channel, and is depriving me of a sequel. And to be frank, it's rude.
I know. It's my elitist. It's my elitist personality. I'm a born aristocrat. The rules don't apply to me, Jimmy. But yeah, I absolutely want to. I've just been dragging my feet. One, because like Jimmy, I'm behind on reviews, and two, I've just been super busy at work, and those will require a considerable amount of my just a considerable amount of like emotional engagement that it's just, I don't know. I just need to do it. Like, I'm just like, here's an excuse. They are coming soon.
He'll do that, and I'll do my Memories of Ice spoiler review. Finally.
That's right.
Third Space Maker said, I thought they were moved, and we're speaking of the months that we were talking about before. In the 18th century, when were they moved? Do you know?
Who? Sorry, what?
The months. Remember we were talking about the months being renamed and moved?
No, okay. So no, the months were moved. So the original calendar, the Roman calendar began in March. Their year started in March, and then Numa Pompilius added January, February at the beginning. January for Janus, the god of beginnings, and then February is for Brilia, for one of the fertile god, one of the fertility goddesses. And so that shoved because September, October, November, December was 7, 8, 9, 10. But then he added 2 months at the beginning, shoved everything back 2 spaces. And then they reorganized. In the 18th century, that's the Gregorian calendar, isn't it? I think that's when they adjusted how long the months were. I think that's where they adjusted it to the current calendar that we use today. Though Julius Caesar, every time I talk about Julius Caesar with my kids, I'm like, I may be overestimating his importance to history, but then I find out something else that he did that is not overestimating his importance to history at all. But yeah, Julius Caesar, the Julian calendar, was what the world used until the what the European world used until the 18th century when, Pope Gregor adjusted it again. But I'm fairly certain the months were all there. I think that calendar was just adjusted to make the months the length that we know them today. I do not have 100% certainty, but I do know that Numa Pompilius added 2 months in to the year in like 600 BC or whatever, whenever he theoretically ruled.
Dropping knowledge, man. Dropping knowledge. Benjamin Kahn says Christopher Columbus discovering America is one of the cliches that people just go with that isn't true, which is pretty funny.
It's such an incredible oversimplification.
Reading Rainbow says playing dead when attacked by a bear, probably made up by a bear.
100%.
Oh man,
100% true.
Maybe they just wanted wheel time. Hey, we don't encourage George Martin slander on this channel.
That was a sick burn, though.
He did sound like an. If they had picked Garen Will Time, would be complete.
Oh, look at Pranav just dropped some. How you feel about that, Jimmy? Your boy Pranav just slandered. Jimmy's so displeased with you right now, Pranav. Is Jake doing it too? Do we have a 3P?
No, he's kind of setting it straight. Yeah, okay. I believe the story is that Harriet said that she didn't feel like it would be a right decision because he already had a fan base for finishing the Wheel of Time. Yeah,
is that Jordan's wife, Harriet?
Yes, I think. Maybe I'm wrong.Maybe it's I don't know. I really need Strange and Orel. That's the other book by Susanna Clark. I heard it's really good. I heard it's the most English fantasy of all time. Dust of Dreams is the worst series by far.
I hate Toll the Hounds so much more. Like I have literally on my tier list, the bottom tier is reserved for Toll the Hounds. I would read Dust of Dreams 4 more times before I would ever read Toll the Hounds.
Here we go. Oh wait, guy fixed leap year.
There you go.
Okay, cool. Also, when is Jimmy Nuts reading Guy Gavriel K? Pranav will back me up and say, and I Pranav Prabhu. Is that right? Prabhu. Am I saying it right, Pranav? Tell me. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm actually trying to figure out because I kind of glanced over it. I do that sometimes.
I don't know how to pronounce
like Adrian Tchaikovsky.
Yeah, I know Pranav, and that's where I'm staying.
Especially Malazan because he likes books that explore religion. Yeah, I would definitely be down with that. I like Durfee's books a lot. Actually, who's a really good dude? Brian Lee Durfee. I reviewed Brian Lee Durfee's book. I'm overwhelmingly positive on it. I did have a couple cons, and instead of coming into my comments and being like, "You didn't understand what," he was so cool. He says, "Hey man, thanks for the review. I really appreciate it." And I think you made like a comment about something I said. Like Brian Lee Durfee's just such a awesome dude.
That's yeah. I don't know him. I want to read Forgetting Moon. It's on my list, but it's too long. And Jake again says that it's not too long, but it is. It's too long. I can't read it right now. I cannot commit to something that's 800 pages, like almost 800 pages right now. Like I just can't. I have too much. I have to like Prabhu. I have to try to like tear through some of these things I'm behind. Jimmy, 2022 is going to be a new year for me. I am not going to dig myself these deep trenches buried in buddy reads and obligations. I'm not gonna be freaking Giles Corey from The Crucible, where they keep putting stones on his chest to prove that he's a witch sympathizer. That's what's happening. I'm slowly dying from booktubes being, booktubes from buddy reads being piled upon my chest. I'm going to be low key in 2020.
So, you know what I did last year that messed me up?
What?
I said, here's top 8 books I want to read in 2021, except the books were all series. So I had 8 series on the list.
Oh,
I messed up. And what I'm going to do this year, I'm going to commit to book ones and standalones. And I'll probably not even I'm probably not going to pick 8 because I just can't.
It's absolute. Oh, it's absolute madness. Like the series, Jimmy, I just want to finish series. At least you're committing and you're like actually tackling Malazan before starting like all these other series. Like
I'm trying.
Yeah, the problem is I start one thing and then before I can read a series, I've got all these other things I've already agreed to that all also start series, exactly like you're saying. And so it's just like I guess I'm never gonna finish series. I got like how many series are you currently in the middle of?
This is the most I've ever been in the middle of. So I'm in the middle of Malazan, Broken Earth, Prince of Nothing. I'm going to say Hyperion, but I'm only going to read up to book 2, for sure, at least, like confirmed. So that's 4, and that's it. So there you go. I've never been in the middle of usually 2 at the most. But again, the Patreon random wheel gets me every now and then. But I like it because I wouldn't have read Broken Earth book 1 until probably early next year.
Yeah.
So it was awesome to get that moved up.
That's what I love about the Patreon wheel is that I don't put books on there that I absolutely do not want to read. but I do put books on there that I might not, you know, like if they suggest it, it's like I want to read that, but I don't know when I'm going to get to that. And so it does make me put things to the forefront, like this Arthur trilogy that I'm reading now.
I've been wanting to read that since I got back.
It is excellent, and the reason I started is because it was a patron wheel. So yeah, I think that does, you know, bring in books that we would not normally like gravitate toward, at least. Like
Piranesi is a book that I mean, I would have read that in 10 years,
yeah,
even though I thought it sounded good.
Was that a patron spin?
Yeah, it was a patron spin in August, and I mean, it's going to be in my top 10 books of the year easily.
That's awesome. Joanna told me, because I had a bunch of people telling me I should read Piranesi, and Joanna messaged me privately and was like, Alan, I think you'll hate Piranesi.
I don't think you'd like it at all.
Should not read Piranesi.
I don't think you would like it one bit. I really don't. But I love it.
It's good to hear that. And I know it's a BookTube darling right now. Most people really, really like it.
I loved it. I thought it was super captivating. Pranav, the problem with you, Pranav, is you like A Feast for Crows, and that's great, but you didn't really care for book 1 and 2 of A Song of Ice and Fire, and I think you like The Feast for Crows more than A Storm of Swords. Is that right? I think if I remember which is just
hold on. I'm sorry, I was typing something. Pranav did what?
Pranav liked A Feast for Crows more than A Game of Thrones, A Clash Kings, and I'm not going to say he said A Storm of Swords, but I think he did rate it higher than Storm of Swords. I might be incorrect.
Pranav,
that's what I'm saying, Pranav. You lost me, man.
Pranav, that's not true. Pranav, that's not true. Jimmy, he's just being hostile right now. Like Pranav woke up this morning and chose violence.
I do feel like he's kind of aggro towards me right now. You know?
Yeah, like he's like he you know, he gave the George R the Germ slur, and now he's telling. Now we find out that. Pranav,
okay, at least he put that. But there's no way A Feast for Crows is better, dude. A Game of Thrones is the best book 1 ever.
Oh, okay, all right. He has. A Game of Thrones is last?
Yeah, he's out of his mind. He's out of his mind. This is me being tribal.
No, that can't be true. That's not right. Feast for Crows as second among those 4. Where do you put Dance with Dragons? And if it's not at the very right side of that list.
Oh, whoa, Alan, easy.
Oh, sorry, I forgot you're.
To be fair, anything in that list, it's all relative, right? I mean, it's still pretty damn good.
Yeah. Like at least Storm of Swords is in its proper place. And absolutely, Storm of Swords is one of the best fantasy books ever written. It's so good.
It changed everything. It's phenomenal.
I mean, absolutely ridiculous.
I can't wait to start the reread next month. Like, I don't care if it messes up my TBR. I can't wait.
I'm excited to go into your
live
streams and tell you about how all the characters you like are terrible.
Oh, you son of a gun! You might do it too. I know. If there's anyone to disagree with me, it's. I already know Leanna doesn't like a lot of the characters I like. Like we've talked about before, and my goal is to change her opinion on Cersei. That's my whole goal in our 5-book read along.
Leanna's opinions are bad. Like it's like I love Leanna, but I don't understand what she likes about, and like I just don't understand. Like I just can't even with her. Like I can't even talk to her. I can't even talk to her. She makes me so angry. It's like, Leanna, you are my friend, but also my greatest enemy.
Of course we're going strong.
Oh yeah,
we're going strong.
Yeah. I'm actually going to take a bathroom break again real quick.
Yeah, go for it. I'll catch
like 5 cups of decaf coffee, Jimmy.
I hope it's decaf. My God,
it's definitely decaf.
Let's see. I stopped counting when I realized I'm in the middle of 100 series. That's kind of how I feel.
Oh my gosh.
It says Malazan first 3 books better than the first 3 books of Wheel of Time. I would say that is also true for myself, without a doubt, not even close. Let's see. Piranesi does not strike me as an Allen book. Totally agree. I could have sworn I saw something I wanted to put up here. But now, Durfee. Yeah, everyone's telling to put Durfee on Chatting with Nuts. Actually, he's like my next. I'm hoping he'll be my next guest. I just have to make sure that he has the setup to do something like this. And if he wants to, I'm sure he has family and stuff he wants to hang out with. So I want Durfee. Basically, what I'm saying is yes, Durfee, if he wants to be on here, will be on here, maybe even as my next guest. It just depends on if the scheduling works out and all that stuff. Also, some people, believe it or not, folks, don't like talking to me for 3 hours. They have other stuff they'd rather be doing. And I always appreciate when you guys and the guests come on for 3 hours, because this is my favorite thing to do by far. I like the wins. Don't tease me like that. Subjective quality is still useful. Chocolate only subjectively taste. Okay, let's see. This is a good illustration that there needs to be some kind of objective sense of quality intuitively, even if it doesn't exist. But it is tough to remember those kinds of things. Yeah. I mean, for me, and it's all personal experience, right? But like for me, A Storm of Swords is the best book of all time. So if I see it and obviously Pranav didn't have it anywhere other than first, but when I see somebody else say something else, I'm like, if they put it in like second place, I'm like, I don't know how you got to that conclusion, but I'd love to hear it. Right. And Pranav is also, I'm just picking on Pranav. Pranav is a phenomenal reviewer on Goodreads. He really should have his own channel. He is a prolific reader. I mean, the dude reads faster than anyone I've ever met in my entire life.
Who, Pranav?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you weren't a big fan of the Blackwater. Yeah. All right. Well,
hold on. I'm sorry. Put that back up. What? Pranav. Jimmy, I taught this in my class literally yesterday.
Dude.
And I said, so guys, so the Athenians have foolishly invaded Sicily because they're too big for their britches, whatever. So they invade Syracuse and they wait too long. They screw it up and they have to flee and they wait too long. And the Syracusans know, and they do to their harbor. And I say, has anybody here, raise your hand if you've read or seen Game of Thrones? And they all, like several kids raised their hand. I'm like, the Battle of Blackwater Bay is what the freaking Syracusans do. They run a big chain over the edge of their harbor and they pull it up and like just wreck freaking Athens. They just wreck it. And the thing is, Martin's a student of history. He knows his crap. Like,
oh yeah.
Yeah. So when I read Blackwater Bay, I'm like, yes, fire and chains.
Yeah, the historical influences on A Song of Ice and Fire are one of the reasons why it's one of my favorite series, because I love history. And I love the fact that Marjorie Tyrell is an Anne Boleyn stand-in.
I didn't know that till I heard you say it.
Yeah, they even comment on the size of her neck and everything. And like, there's no way George isn't going to end up beheading Marjorie Tyrell. It's going to happen without a doubt. Dino says, I was disappointed at the last book of the Farseer trilogy. Should I start with Live Ship Traders? Thoughts? If that's fine. Assassin's Quest is, I would say, pretty divisive. You should definitely continue on. I don't think that's indicative of the quality of Live Ships, certainly not. And the Fitz stuff that comes after Live Ships is among the best I've ever read in my entire life. If I didn't have a bias towards A Song of Ice and Fire, Realm of the Elderlings would probably be my _1 series of all time. So, yeah, definitely continue, Dino. I really think you should.
Don't people love, what's the second one?
Royal Assassin. Royal Assassin's
Don't people love that one?
It's one of the best books I've ever read.
Because Hobbs, another one. I am at least committing to Farseer next year.
I could see you liking Abercrombie over Hobb. I don't think you'll hate Hobb, but it might not be your thing. It's for some people it's not. I always tell people I like boring books. Like I love Daniel Abraham book ones. I don't know what it is.
If the thing is, the reason I like Abraham book ones is the character work. And so if there's excellent character work, I'm going to be okay. Like, I'm going to be okay as long as like the characters are interesting, which again, I have heard that Hobb is like the best at characters.
I don't even think it's relatively close. Like, I used to say Joe Abercrombie had the best characters. And like, I don't even think he's close.
The show cut the chain?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, but hold on though. I will say this. I think on screen the Blackwater Bay is as good as Helm's Deep in Lord of the Rings. I really do. It's a phenomenal episode. It's so good. Even though they cut the chain.
They cut the chain. How dare they? How dare they? That's awesome. Like Harbor Chain, that's so freaking cool.
Yeah, Hobb is the best character writer. And more importantly, the thing about Hobb is Hobb's character development. I think that distinct voices, I think Abercrombie does better, which is great. That's very important. And it's a skill that very few authors I've read have been able to really. I mean, when I think of like fantasy characters, I do think of like very first, I think of Fitz, Full, Night Eyes. And then I start thinking of like Logan Nine Fingers. Like, I feel like I know what Logan Nine Fingers would sound like in his hands and how he would look, right? There's a lot of characters I never end up imagining, to be honest with you.
So there's a character called the Fool?
Yes. He's a jester. He is the inspiration for Hoyd in the Cosmere.
In the Cosmere, yeah.
And many others, by the way. There's many other people who have been influenced by that.
Aren't there good villains in Elderlings?
Bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't understand.
Bro.
When I was a child, let me explain to you who I rooted for in Disney movies.
All
Ursula, not Gaston. I like Lumiere. Not Gaston's a tool, but Ursula. I loved Ursula. In Lion King, I was so happy that Scar succeeded and killed Mufasa. I love Jafar way better. I wish he'd have beaten Aladdin. Screw you, Aladdin. Stop stealing things. Jafar definitely deserves it. And Clayton, I loved Clayton in Tarzan. I have always been a huge fan of villains. Always.
Well, Hob has some mustache twirly villains that do have justifications for their actions.
Mustache twirling doesn't necessarily bother me.
Well, and she has complex, which you're seeing everyone say Kenneth, right? But then you also have Kyle, who is the most hateable. So Kenneth is the most well-written antagonist I've ever read, whereas Kyle and Regal are two antagonists that she does. Regal is in the Farseer trilogy, are among the most hateable. I mean, just
it is going to be a close run thing because I have never read a character.
The cat's speaking up.
Are you okay? All right. If she does it again, it means she's going to throw up, but she's okay for now. I have never read a character that has evoked such loathing, like such hatred. Like, I hate Zane, but Zane's not. I mean, he's not bad. He's not a great villain. He's just a sucky character. What? Ava, hush! Stop it! What are you doing? She's looking for Christina, and Christina's not home. She's out of town. And so, reading this Arthur series, I have never read a character that has evoked so much like just burning rage within me than Lancelot in these freaking books. I hate Lancelot so much.
Really?
Oh my God. Lancelot is the most despicable, cowardly piece of trash that I've never seen. And every time I see him, I'm just like, can someone please kill him? Why have we not killed him yet? Will someone stab him in his face? I can't. And every chapter, it's just worse and worse and worse. And so it is definitely like, I hate Zane as a character, but there's not a villain that I've despised more than freaking Lancelot in these books. I hate it. And the thing is, he's not a villain. Yes, he is. Get out of my face. Yes, he is. So I am definitely eager to compare that with these people you're talking about in Farseer, because I have such a visceral reaction when freaking Lancelot is on that audiobook. Start driving super aggressive. Like,
get out of my way.
You're getting mad, like, Lancelot, you piece of trash. Because part of my rage is that no one does anything about it, or no one has the power to do anything about it. And I hate when Weasley pieces of trash can get away with it because no one can do anything about it.
You are going to hate Regal in the Farseer trilogy.
Oh no!
Oh my God!
Oh, just from his name, I know that he has status that prevents anybody from being able to freaking do anything about it. Oh goody! Oh goody!
Regal is as bad as Joffrey.
But I will not forget Lancelot from these books. Joffrey, I really despise Joffrey also. But like, I'm never gonna forget the Lancelot of these books because I freaking hate him so much.
That's awesome.
Characters.
I know that's weird to say, but that's awesome, right?
Yeah.
Like, when Kenneth is interesting in live ships because I think he's the most complex antagonist. And Robin Hobbs actually said she thinks he's her best character. And I would probably tend to. I mean, I think Fitz is the best, but he has well, not actually 16 because he's not in 7 of them, but 11 books with Fitz. I mean, that's plenty of time to build a character, and she does a great job. But Kenneth is just so nuanced, and not in like it's gray. Like, sometimes he does good.
I heard this about Kenneth is that he is awful and you hate him, but you can't want him to fail because his success means the success of the people that you do like.
Yes.
that will fill me with rage also.
Oh, and
I
then
will be torn.
And then by Ship of Destiny, the last book.
Oh,
I got so angry I had to put the book down, Alan. I had to put it down for a whole day.
Jim, you can't say these things to me. You can't. Oh my gosh.
I literally I was going to finish the book and I said, "Oh, I got to put this down because I'm mad."
That happened. That happened in Winter King with Lancelot. Like I got home and I was listening to it after my commute. I was listening to it at home. I'm like, cool. I'm transitioning activities now. I'm not listening to this anymore. Sorry. Screw you, Lancelot. I just went and did something else.
Lancelot. What about the bad dude? Oh, Lycos.
Freaking like. I also hate Lycos and Jael. Like Lancelot Lancelot's more of a Jael type, but worse.
Yeah. I think that is of Blood and Bone. I don't think he wanted to go that route.
Yeah.
But I didn't feel like we got that Lycos character. Like I hated Lycos and Jael. Jael actually more on it. Well, nah.
I wanted to punch Jael's stupid freaking face. Like I in our live shows, I said threatening things to John Gwynn. Like I'm just like, if Jael does not get his just desserts, I'm gonna write John Gwynn a sternly worded letter, and then I'm gonna take a trip over to the UK and I'm gonna bang on his door and be like, how dare you? How do you live with yourself, John Gwynn? And it's just
like, this guy's extreme.
And then he'll grab his freaking Viking sword and behead me.
He sure would, or stick one of his dogs on you.
That's true. I love John Gwynn. He is so freaking.
Also, speaking of dogs, I just want to throw this out there. Brian Lee Durfee has an animal companion, a hound, in his book, and guess what its name is? It's Beer Mug.
That's a great name.
What a great.
That's a great name.
Great name.
Jimmy, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Have you finished Dark Souls?
No, I have not, and you know why? Because
you do jiu-jitsu 6 times a week.
Well, you're not wrong there either. I have very limited time. So the Souls franchise is a game that I have to take breaks from, not because I even get mad. It's just like I got to be in the mood for it.
Yeah.
The problem with Dark Souls 1 is that the back half of the game is vastly worse designed than the first half.
Oh, really? Because you were talking like a bunch about it before.
Oh, the first half of the game is the best game design ever, in my opinion. But unfortunately,
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they got under a crunch. There's literally unfinished parts of the levels, but it's more so the stuff isn't challenging. It's crap. Like,
oh, it's annoying.
There's an invisible floor, and you just have to figure it out. And it's like, okay, this isn't fun. You know what I mean? It's like, it's the gotchas, right? Like when you run across the bridge and the dragon kills you, and if you didn't read a guide, you would never know that you aren't supposed to cross that bridge. So you would just keep trying. And I don't like that stuff because I don't have a ton of time. Yeah. Like I only have a certain amount of time to play games. So I've kind of benched Dark Souls 1. I'm actually going to probably jump into Dark Souls 2 and then play Bloodborne once they release. And Elden Ring's number 1. Like if Elden Ring comes out, and it will, I'm in.
Yeah. Heck yeah. Oh, man. I can't wait for you to play Bloodborne. Bloodborne's so fun.
I just need a 60 FPS patch, and I'm in, dude.
They have it for the Xbox. What are they doing? Sony, why do you not want anybody to play your system? Why are you this way?
Yeah, and I still just buy PlayStation every time.
Jimmy, me too. I'm a maltreated, like I have been poorly treated by Sony, and yet I continue to return to their bosom of video games.
They have great games.
I know they have great games.
I just started playing Uncharted. It's pretty good.
Uncharted is amazing. Uncharted is amazing.
I just started Uncharted 1. I don't know anything about it.
You've never played the Uncharteds?
No, I just started Uncharted 1. And my wife just beat The Last of Us, and she's going to be playing Last of Us 2.
Those are incredible. I thought you were kidding for a second. I thought you had played all the Uncharteds. Oh my gosh, Jimmy, you're just starting the first one?
Yeah.
Those are games that get better and better. The fourth one is a near perfect game. It is incredible storytelling.
That's exciting.
It is incredible storytelling. It's so fun.
I feel like ever since I started reading, I like really identify with games. I mean, I always enjoy stories in my games because I'm an RPG player, but like I appreciate the little things a lot more since I started reading. Yeah, and it also is harder because a lot of stories aren't up to snuff in video games. You know what I mean? But I know Uncharted will be fine.
Oh, it's the first one. The first one is great, but they just get better and better and better. And Uncharted 4 is fantastic, and then Last of Us is fantastic, and Last of Us 2. I also really like Last of Us 2, though. That's a more divisive topic.
I'm like 10 hours from beating that game. I just need to get back to it.
I Last of Us 2.
Yeah, I loved it so far. That was great.
Good. Yeah, I mean, if you love it, then you're like me and you love it. Many people do not like the conceit of Last of Us 2. That's what I say. I'm like, shut up. This game's good. Like, you can not like the story and you can definitely hate this part. I'm with you. I also hate it, but the game's still amazing. Like, it's still amazing. It is a well-crafted game, IMO, in my opinion.
Let me tell you what, one of the biggest difference between books and every other form of entertainment, I don't trust or care about any reviews for anything. When it comes to now a game, I'll make sure it's not tanking. Like, it's like, it doesn't launch,
it has a bunch of bugs and stuff.
Like books, I like that. I know who I can go to. Our community is pretty tight here, and I can figure out whether I might like something or not, if I should be excited about something. Movies, I don't care what Rotten Tomatoes says. I do not care.
Yeah.
They rate these horror movies as if they're supposed to be like masterpieces. Like, dude, it's a horror movie. Like, I don't need it to be 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. It can be 10%. I don't care.
I completely agree with you. I also don't like Rotten Tomatoes as a metric for if something is good or not.
Also, their TV show ratings are totally off. They gave the 100 on the CW 100% and gave Breaking Bad like 92. So you can take from that what you will. They do an okay job with movies, like especially the Oscar baits.
Yeah.
But when it comes to TV, they're out of their minds. They don't know anything.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't like, I think books are the things that reviews affect for me the most. Video game reviews, too many people. I have had my poor Dynasty Warriors franchise hated on by GameSpot for 2 decades now, that I'm like, okay, look, I get that you don't like it. I think it's fun. Like, they hate Mario Party every time. I'm like, I like Mario Party. Suck it. Like, what's your problem, GameSpot? So video game reviews, they never like the games that I like. I mean, they like some of them, but then the game, it's just like, there are more than just these like 4 games that are fun, GameSpot. Yeah. And then movies.
I'm not a big movie person.
I don't watch a ton of movies. I watch TV more than movies, and I don't even watch TV that much anymore, except for reruns, like when I'm editing. Like, I'm always watching reruns of something that I have to really pay attention to when I'm editing, because the sound just listening to me is weird for me. So I got to have something else. So currently I'm rerunning The Golden Girls, which is just delighting my wife, who hadn't watched it before. So I hear my wife cracking up on the couch, laughing at them being mean to Rose and Blanche being a hoe and stuff. My wife is just like, they're so mean to each other. I'm like, I know. Have you never seen this? So I have not played Hollow Knight, Colton, by the way.
Yeah, I have not either. I heard it's phenomenal.
Yeah, I've heard it is very Souls-esque in its difficulty. Uncharted is excellent. I agree.
Good night, Mom.
Good night, Mama Nuts.
Good night. Oh, man. Everyone loves Golden Girls. We suck in Diesel now.
Stuck in Diesel now. That's right. With the next Mario Party, we're stuck in Diesel now. I agree.
What game has the best story? Mass Effect. Mass Effect or Witcher 3. But Mass Effect, I think as a whole piece, I don't think you can beat Mass Effect. I think it's just
tough. Those two are excellent choices.
Yeah, The Witcher 3. I mean, you feel like you're playing a book.
I think The Witcher 3 surpasses Mass Effect only if you also take Witcher 1 and 2's story. I think if you combine the story of Witcher 1, 2, and 3, I think they barely beat out Mass Effect, because Witcher has a more satisfying choice of endings than does Mass Effect 3. But Mass Effect is so close and has such good characters. Like, I would be hard pressed. I would never want to make that choice. Like,
also The Last of Us is up there.
Last of Us and Last of Us 2 have a fantastic story too.
I've heard BioShock's really good. I've never played it.
I love the story in BioShock 2 is not as beloved as the 1 and 1, but I think BioShock 2 has some really interesting things to say as well. And this is the thing. I love video games, and like, the video games that I play are mostly for the story. I always have. Like, I love what video games can do in storytelling.
Me too.
You know, and there's fantastic storylines.
Metal Gear Solid 2.
Oh my gosh. The Metal Gear Solid franchise, I actually prefer 3 to 2, but you could pick really any Metal Gear game. The storylines are phenomenal. What a freaking just pioneer is Kojima with the crap that he's willing talking about, like stepping
I like Death Stranding. I bought it. I loved it, dude. I had so much fun.
I have it. Postal Service the game.
It's Amazon Prime Simulator.
Is it as weird as I think it is?
Oh, yeah, dude. It's so fun.
Why is Kojima the way he is?
I love that game. I love it makes no sense. I love it.
It's a Kojima game. Of course it does it.
It's so good.
But like his ability to craft the exact product that he wants. The last fight in Metal Gear 3, where you're in that field of flowers and the title song begins to slowly play and crescendo as those missiles are coming towards.
Those are masterpieces. I mean, they're cinematic experiences.
It is absolute chef's kiss masterpiece. You're absolutely correct. Like it's art.
It's different.
100%.
And that's how I feel about all the Metal Gear games. Honestly, I didn't really like 5 at all. Actually,
I have not played 5. I own it.
I didn't like 5.
It is unfinished, from what I understand.
It lost the spirit, and they put in a base thing, and I hate building bases. And
agreed.
Couldn't care less about that. I hated it in Fallout. I hate it in every game, every single game.
Sucks. Base building
sucks. Hate it. I don't want to do dailies. If I want to play dailies, I go play a damn MMO. Stupid. Makes me so mad, dude. Now, Valheim was fun.
Hatred for base building. That all came out of nowhere.
I better get my bricks because I'm gonna build me a base. Jebediah, did you come over and see? I built another chair out of logs that I harvested. Would you like to come over and check it out? It's so stupid. It's so dumb.
Do your dailies, Jimmy. You gotta...
Oh, I better log in. Got to do my dailies. Oh, did they add any content? Nope. I'm doing the same quest I did last week. Nope. Didn't get my piece of gear. Guess I'll log in next week.
So you were not a fan of WoW dailies when they were introduced, is what you're telling me. You are not
out of here.
You were not a huge fan of WoW dailies.
Listen, if you want to play WoW, I'll play WoW, but it's a stupid game and I hate it. Like, it's one of those things, like if everyone's doing hair, I'll probably try it,
I've never seen such hatred for the base building mechanic in my life. I've been people like, that's boring.
Filler. All right. I know this is a book podcast, but bear with me, folks. Bethesda shipped an unfinished game in Fallout 4. And they said, hey, guys, strong modding community, they're going to finish the game because we suck.
That's unacceptable. Yeah.
And they say, well, gee golly, while you're building the mods to finish our game, we threw in some base building, and you got to do it. If you want to get to the 100% completion, you got to do this stupid base building because that's what you'd be doing in a post-apocalyptic world, is trying to build a tree fort. Stupid.
I love how folksy Bethesda is.
Oh my God.
I like that they're from Kentucky.
Dude, they ruined Fallout 76 and made me mad because they based Fallout 76 in West Virginia. I grew up in West Virginia, and I was so stoked. I've never played that game because of how bad it is. And it makes me furious because they actually did a beautiful job with some of the towns that I've been to. And I can't play it because it's garbage. And I know it's fixed now, but I'm not doing it.
I know so many people, like my buddy Finn. He's a huge Fallout fan. And like the big thing to get him riled up is I have to ask him, like, hey, when are you downloading Fallout 76? And he will just, you can hear the air gets sucked out of the room over the phone. And he'll just start a huge diatribe. I'm like, Finn, it's free now. He's like, you couldn't pay me to play that freaking game. And he just goes this invective about how much he freaking is angry. He's mad that it even exists. Fallout 76 is an abomination to him that it even exists.
Oh, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's not like ESO had a rough launch, but ESO is a great game now. Like, if you play ESO, it is a great video game. Fallout 76 sucks. It just sucks. And I'm sick of them. If Elder Scrolls 6 comes out and they haven't made a new engine, holy war. It's holy war. I have no option.
Join me, Jimmy. Look, I'm up for a holy war anytime. I will declare a holy war on anybody, anytime, for any reason. Like, I love holy wars.
I know you do. You made a response video today. I said, "Oh, there goes the holy war."
That's right. That's my second one.
It's phenomenal. I feel like I need to start doing bad takes on my channel just to get you to respond.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I told Michael, I sent him like a bunch of messages last night. Like, I hope you're prepared for the attack video. I'm attacking your character tomorrow. Oh my gosh. That is, Jimmy, you have made my night with your absolute hatred of the base mechanic.
I hate base building.
It pleases me. And see, now I know with all the things that you've done to me tonight, like mentioning Zane and everything, I will find a time next time we speak to make sure to talk about base building. Just to send you into a blind rage.
I hate it, dude. Like, I'll not play a game if it has base building. Like, everything else, you don't even have to do it. It's just in the game. I'm like, I'm not playing it.
Even if it's optional.
Dude, I quit Metal Gear Solid 5. I literally quit because they were like, to unlock the next mission, you gotta like put a steel beam in a slot. And I'm like, Literally, like, there's like a sniper rifle or something you have to get from building, like, I don't know, some stupid, like, I don't know, tower. And I'm like, I'm not doing it. So no. Such a bad game.
I can't breathe. Your anger in this is so palpable. It's so brilliant.
I'd fist fight the guy that put it in the game. I really would. I hate it, dude.
But there was no base building in Death Stranding.
Oh, no. They probably added it though, because that's a thing that they do. You know what I mean? Like, they just add that. They're like, oh, DLC. I'm like, oh, sick. Is it gonna be like Blood and Wine for like Witcher 3? And they're like,
Jimmy, there is no DLC in existence that is like Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine.
Hearts of Stone was shorter, and I thought actually I liked it more because it had more endings.
I agree. I mean,
Blood and Wine was a game. I mean, it was its own thing.
It was like 30 hours on its own, and it had the brilliant voice acting of Regis. Regis's voice actor was incredible. I loved Regis as a character.
Are you a Witcher fan? Like, are you watching the TV show, or are you not into it?
So my first experience with The Witcher was The Witcher 2 on my 360. Mm-hmm. And then I played Witcher 2, and then I played Witcher 3. And then when I went to Japan 2008, I read the short stories of The Witcher. So mm-hmm. I read The Witcher, and then I read the short stories before Witcher 3 came out. And then I played Witcher 3, and then I watched the show. And I haven't read the novels. I think I stopped like in the beginning of the first novel. I still think that the video games are the best way to consume The Witcher. Like, I just like it better. I like it better. Like, Andrei Tchaikovsky, I don't love his writing style. I experienced the same thing when I read his non-Witcher one, the Tower of Fools. And it's just the same. Like, I don't love his writing really. And again, it's a translated work.
I've heard the translation can be very rough.
Yeah. So, I mean, I bet if I was reading it in Polish, it's completely different. And then the show was pretty good. I didn't really care about anything that was happening in it. I'm like, can we get to like the stuff from Witcher 3? What if we showed that instead?
I hope that second season dives more into it.
I think it's going to. I think the best thing to come out of the Witcher show, first of all, I love that Henry Cavill is a gamer and loves Geralt. And loves fantasy,
reads Stormlight and everything.
Correct. So he had respect for the character and what he's trying to do, which is fantastic. And I thought he did a good job. But I thought, like, toss a coin for your Witcher is the best thing to come out of that show. Like,
what metal covers and everything.
What a brilliant song. My buddy, whenever he calls me, it's my buddy Finn. When he calls me, it's his ringtone is toss a coin to your Witcher. And so I don't know why, like, they have to, like, I'm just like, why is everybody got to be naked all the time? Like, why is everyone naked? And like, what are you doing? Like, what is happening right now? Like, can we go kill some monsters? Can we do something that The Witcher does? And I understand, but it's just like,
I mean, Geralt does.
No, I know. There's plenty of things. I know. There's plenty. I had to get the achievements. I gotta 100% it. So I had to, sexy time with everybody in that game. Gotta get my achievements. But whatever. But I had so much fun playing Gwent. I wish they'd play Gwent in the show. That would make me happy.
I actually went through that game and never played Gwent, but then I played the Thronebreaker game where it's like an overtop isometric RPG and all your battles are Gwent. I love that game. That game is
cool. I never played Thronebreaker.
Oh, dude, it is so good. It's a 10 out of 10 game. It's so good.
Really?
If you like Gwent, that's all. It's Gwent puzzles. It's so fun. while also being an isometric RPG.
I was a huge Gwent fan. I loved Gwent.
You're gonna be,
yeah, I will watch the second season.
I'm really excited for season 2. I thought season 1 was flawed, but had a lot of charm.
Yeah.
And I hope that that's what Wheel of Time can do. Even if it has flaws, I hope that it just has charm, because you just need that. Like, I tried to watch Cursed on Netflix. It was like the Arthurian tale from a girl's perspective, and it just had no charm. There's nothing to it.
Yeah. Like, that's so frustrating. I want Wheel of Time to succeed. Again, I am both hipster and despise hipsters at the same time. So I secretly want it to die so everybody will stop talking about it. But I don't really, because I want it to succeed, because if these shows, that's just a hipster. But I want it to succeed, because if it succeeds, then that paves the way for other big budget adaptations of maybe a book that I actually care about one day will get an adaptation. You know what I mean? So I do want it to succeed for the community at large. I just don't have anything, I'm not going to be able to be part of this discussion, which makes me sad. But
yeah, I think I have a real opportunity. There's two things. One, the show could be better than the books for me, which is great. I would love for that to happen. I know that'll piss a lot of people off, but it is what it is. The other thing is, I'm hoping maybe the show can frame the tone of the books in my head in a different light. Because when I read The Wheel of Time, to be quite honest with you, I just felt annoyed the whole time. I felt like everyone was big. It made me, it would put me in a bad mood to read Wheel of Time, which is really odd, because I read a lot of grim shit. But with that, it was just constant bickering between, and I know everyone says, well, it's the, final battle. Everyone's going to the final battle, so wouldn't you be upset? Sure, whatever. I don't care. I wouldn't be sitting there upset thinking about what another character might think of the way I'm dressed.
Yeah.
If the apocalypse was coming. So I don't even feel like the bickering makes a lot of sense. But
yeah, that's another thing about the review thing. And when people think that they try to explain something to you in hopes that they'll change your mind, that happens a lot, where it's but this is why they're doing it. And the thing is, a lot of times it's no, I understand that. You misunderstood me. I do understand that is why they are doing it. I just didn't like that, or don't care. It's not that I didn't understand why it was happening. I get that it was a choice. It's just not a choice that I liked.
Yes.
Which is not the same thing as not understanding.
This happened in Stormlight with a certain group of people in colonization, and I said I didn't like it, and people were like, oh, well, it's a commentary on colonization. I'm like, I get it.
Okay. Yeah.
I've seen it done better, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, and that's perfectly fair. It's they're misunderstanding. They think that if only you understood, Jimmy, if only you really grasped what was happening, you would walk out of the darkness and into the light.
That's actually a great Wheel of Time reference, by the way.
Is it really?
Yeah, because the dark friends, and then you have, by the light. That's the whole thing.
I read Eye of the World over 20 years ago, and it was I would probably like it better now, because I have more of a patience for a much slower paced tale than I did back then. When I was a teenager, I did not. And so, yeah, I put it down. I think I read the first 30 pages of Great Hunt, and we're like, I'm gonna go read Dritz. I'm gonna watch him kill yet another goblin with a scimitar.
So I loved books 1 and 2 of Wheel of Time. I can actually use the word love. It's true. I really loved The Eye of the World. It was Tolkien derivative. I was in a mood for Tolkien.
Yeah.
Tolkien derivative gets a bad rap, man. I like that stuff. I actually think I'd enjoy the first few books of Shannara, if I'm being honest. I know people crap on it, but
I like Shannara.
I bet you I'd like it.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Tolkien. I mean, I am, but at the same time, it's just slow. But when I was younger, I read the Shannara books, and I think Sword, the first one, is the weakest one, especially the first 200 or 150 pages of it. It is super just what is going on in this book? Why is nothing happening? But then I thought the end was good. And then the second series, which is 4 books instead of a trilogy, I thought it was much less Tolkien derivative and has some interesting things that they did in the book that I still think about today. Book 1 is these descendants of the characters from the first trilogy. They're all descendants, and they're all having to come together, and they don't really know each other or like each other all that much, but they're coming together, and they're having to stop this new this new evil awakened after however many hundreds of years it's been when these people died, and they're sent off on their own quests. And so book 2 and 3, and then 4 are like all quest books, and then at the very end they all come together. And book 2 is like, it's like a survival, like it's like they're in this stone city governed by this, like the Stone King or whatever, looking for this thing. And there's this magical woman and this assassin and the druid there, and everything is stone. And there's just this creature that burrows through the stone and is chasing them. So it's like a hide and seek, like, it's like a psychological thriller type book. And I thought it was, and I still think about the structure of that book today. And then book 3 is literally this woman brings a team into this jungle to retrieve her item. And she brings a big team, and it's great when they bring a big group of like minor characters and you just watch them get picked off. It's like a survival horror novel where
I want to read this.
Like I really liked the second series of Shannara, because I think about those two books, Druid King of the Druid of Shannara, and then the Elf Queen of Shannara, books 2 and 3 of that second series. Because they were really different from the standard, like, Tolkien derivative structure, just in the Stone City trying to survive. And then everyone, because again, this was back when characters didn't die in fantasy. Yeah. So I'm reading Elf Queen and I'm literally watching everyone get eaten by this freaking jungle. And I'm like, oh my gosh, are you going to, like, is even the main character going to get out of here? It was really, really good. So I think that Shannara gets a worse rap than it deserves. Now, I did stop reading Shannara after
there's 30 books.
Yeah. So, but I think the first 3 they're good. They are a little Tolkien derivative, but and I read the final 4. I read the second series, those 4 books, before I read the original trilogy, and I had no problem enjoying them. I thought it was really cool. The only thing you miss is they reference their ancestors that you would have read about, but I thought they were good. I liked them. And now, again, I have not read them in 20 plus years. So
fair. That's fair. He has a new series that comes out, I think, this fall. Not Shannara.
It's not Shannara? Really?
He's done with Shannara. He finished it last year or the year before. And I heard Terry Brooks has a new series starting this year, and I'm probably going to give it a shot because Terry Brooks has been writing books forever.
5 ever.
He's got to be decent by now.
Good. One would hope. Like, good for Brooks. Man.
I think it's awesome.
Like, able to be in producing, like, oh my gosh.
Crazy.
Good for freaking Terry Brooks.
Joel says, the Wheel of Time show looks so good, though. Surpassed my expectation by a lot. I agree. It did surpass my expectations. I think trailers can be a little bit deceptive. I'm also, before I start reading all your guys' comments, I want to say this. I'm a book reviewer. I barely do a good job at that. I don't have any authority when it comes to you're never going to see me pivot into other things. Like, I am not an authority. Like, when people say, oh, like, the lighting's all wrong, I'm like, I don't know what any of this means.
I would have no idea.
Just know it's an idiot telling you that they like something. Like, I love crappy movies and crappy TV shows sometimes. So this is not word. I thought the trailer was really good. I'm so worried I'm going to feel the same annoyed as you when you try. You might like it. A lot of people love it. So I don't have high hopes for Wheel of Time. That's what happened with The Magicians. The show made me like the characters when I enjoyed it, and then I enjoyed the books more. That's cool. Yeah, I haven't actually watched the full Matrix trailer because I'm a bad person. The Wheel of Time trailer was all right for me. Kind of looked goofy for me. Looks like the production value of 1990s bit, basing it off of the still shots I've seen for the front. Okay, I see. Yeah, I thought the trailer was really good. Especially, I thought the editing and the cutting of the things, like at the end where like the magic hits and then the wheel spins. Not the wheel, but the icon spins. Like, I thought like they presented it very well. Let's be honest. It's going to come down to the dialogue. It's going to come down to the dialogue, how they change the story. And I think those two things are going to be pretty important. There's obvious things, right? Like it's got to like look good, Well, let's say with a $150 million budget, it's going to look good. If the dialogue is trash, we're going to have an issue because, apparently, and this is what I've read, is that they threw out a lot of Robert Jordan's dialogue. They said, this isn't going to work.
Is Robert Jordan notorious for poor dialogue?
I get it. Probably depends on who you ask. I don't think he writes very compelling dialogue.
That's
But
fair.
I also don't really like his writing, if I'm being honest with you. I think sometimes he sets a really nice scene that can be really good, and he knows how to do a climax of a book, but his prose, everything else, I'm not a fan of at all.
Yeah, I would like. I'll definitely agree with you. If like, so I still remember. So have you ever seen the old Dungeons and Dragons movie, the one from the '90s with Jeremy Irons, who is squandered
I
and
feel like
wastes?
when I was a kid, I saw, but I don't remember anything.
Okay, so that movie was an absolute travesty. They did not understand D&D. They did not understand the spirit of D&D, and they didn't even freaking try. Their D&D is they just shoved in D&D references. It was a crappy, like not even well done period piece. It looked like a Ren fair with, you know, D&D references. And the dialogue, I still remember this to this day, because it's the most unnatural, shoehorned in thing. Like the girl wizard is talking to the thief character, and she's like, "You must have a feeble mind spell on you if you expect me to believe that." And I'm like, no one would ever say that. That is the dumbest thing. Like, I remember that dialogue. I've seen that movie one time, and I don't remember anything else about it other than, "You must have a feeble mind spell on you if you expect me to believe that." That's terrible dialogue. Absolutely terrible.
That's like in a book whenever they go, "What are you doing? You know that the God Emperor from 16 years ago when he died," you know, and they like spot on. You're like, that was not true. That was not good. That was not subtle at all. What are you doing? Stop it. Stop.
Yes. Oh my gosh, completely agree.
That's one thing Erickson's really started to bake into me, and reading R. Scott Baker along with it, they do a lot of that. Like, they do a very good job of baking in the details when you actually need to know them. And now when I go back and I read authors who don't do that, and they do that long monologue, like, "Alan, you know on YouTube that you have to upload your thumbnail, of course." And then you would say, "Well, yes, but make sure it's under 3 megabytes," you know, and it's like,
it's just so ham-fisted, especially
yeah,
when like the character already knows. And the thing is, the author knows the character already knows, because they say, "As you well know, if we do this, then this happens." Like,
yeah, I don't like that. Now, if you're educating a character, that's fine. But if two characters already know it, and it sounds like it doesn't happen a lot, but it does. It happens a lot in a lot of books.
To put you on the spot, who is, well, maybe not the best, but who do you who writes your favorite dialogue in fantasy currently?
Abercrombie.
Abercrombie? Okay. Nice. Very cool.
It's not even you know what, dude? Like, it's funny. I talk about George being my favorite writer all the time, but like, I don't ever give him any props. That's not true. I obviously give him props, but like, I still think he's one of the best character writers in fantasy ever. I think he's one of the best plot writers ever. I think that he also has great dialogue. The reason why Abercrombie's dialogue is so good, though, is he doesn't even have to use dialogue tags, and I know exactly who's talking based on the way he wrote the sentence.
I love that when you can
have those character voices.
Yeah,
you know,
I love it when characters speak in a distinct way with a distinct worldview that you can understand what they're saying based on that. Yeah. I love that as well. That's
and Hob as well. Hob has some of the best when it comes to like a personal interaction and a
really.
Oh, dude.
Okay, so I think I am gonna like Hob, because one of the things that can distract from my enjoyment more than anything is, like, I think I can forgive a multitude of sins in a book except bad dialogue, because it feels so clunky that it pulls me out. And like, I just can't in my mind have it not bother me, because I'm like, people don't talk like this. No one talks like this.
Yes.
Like, I understand that fantasy language has a tendency and probably needs to be not in modern voice. I get it. So it needs to be a little, I guess, archaic or whatever.
Oh, dude, House of Chains is doing it to me right now.
But it doesn't have to be like that. Doesn't mean that it doesn't sound like a human is saying it.
Yeah.
It's just, like dialogue. Like, I really witness. Yeah.
Harsa. Witness, geez.
I have we have a Pranav made a witness emoji in our Discord for whenever anybody talks about Karsa Orlan.
Let's give it up for Rajal for saying he finished Sass Apprentice and as good as everyone says. I'm telling you, it only gets better, dude. It gets so much better, and it's insane. Yeah, Hob has, but Jake is actually got exactly what I wanted to say. 0 awkward lines in 16 books. There's not one out of place line, which I think goes a long way. My favorite authors are probably, in not in any specific order, Gurm, Hobb, and Abercrombie. And it doesn't surprise me considering the fact that all their dialogue is fantastic. I said this about Wisdom of Crowds. I said if Wisdom of Crowds could have been 300 lines of dialogue or 300 pages of dialogue only, I would have read it and I would have loved it. Like that's how good Abercrombie is.
That's awesome.
He's smooth, man. He's smooth and so freaking witty.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I hear Jim Butcher's getting thrown around a lot. The worst dialogue is when an author tries to make a character speak cool and it fails and forces. But it's not just cool, but smart, funny. I don't want to make anybody mad. I think Brandon Sanderson does this a little bit.
He does not write good romantic dialogue at all.
Shalon's supposed to be funny, witty. No. She's supposed to be very, and it's like it just didn't land with me. Now I do think Shalon. Not Shalon, I'm sorry. Yasna and Wit from the Stormlight Archive are very good. So he obviously can do it. I've just seen him not do it well. Erickson writes romance very bad. Where I'm like, I don't believe you at all when you say these two people.
I don't love the Erickson romances, but I don't read Erickson for the romance, so I'm just like, whatever.
Yeah, I can give him a pass.
Yeah, let's get to the next war. Yeah, Brandon Sanderson, I think, and I saw this in Well of Ascension. I think he writes romantic interactions very well. He does like the small things that couples do that you don't see in books a lot, like just the way they interact with each other, like the touches and the little stuff, like laying across someone like that. But when he does not write the way they speak. His romance dialogue is not great. It's not great at all. Yeah. And characters trying to be funny.
Oh, and to be fair, that's a very hard thing to do.
It
so
is.
I get it.
It 100% is because everybody's not funny, Jimmy. Everybody can't be funny, and I know everyone.
Not everyone's Alan.
I appreciate that. Sometimes when I'm teaching my class, I ask the kids, I'm like, guys, sometimes I'm up here and I feel like I'm Michael Scott. Like I feel like y'all are literally only laughing at my jokes because you feel like you have to, or I'll give you a bad grade. But I know, Mr. Walker, you're not Michael Scott, I promise. I'm like, that's what you would say if I was Michael Scott. You know what I mean? So it's just like funny dialogue. Like it's hard. It's hard.
Or a smart character, and they're not doing anything that puts you out of the realm of possibility that they could just be as smart as you on a normal day. Erickson does a pretty good job with a lot of these things, and in a short amount of time too. Like that's been the biggest misconception about Malazan is like everyone told me the characterization was weak. I think it's phenomenal.
It's good.
I think it's phenomenal. I've really enjoyed him.
I like Erickson's characters. Well, I like some of Erickson's characters. There's so many. I mean, I also hate many of them, but I also really like some of them. Karsa is one of my favorites. Fiddler's one of my favorites. This is false. We've discussed this. Why don't you go build a base?
How dare you, sir?
I can't wait till you get to the part in Malazan Book of the Falling where there's the base building mechanic.
How do I kick you from this call?
We can't advance on the Whirlwind's army until we get 3 steel beams. And you follow Ikariam and Mappo's quest into the desert to find the 3 steel beams.
I'm terrified that Elden Ring's gonna have base building.
No,
because it's open world. And
no,
build your own Firelink shrine, and I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm returning this. I'll be so done, dude. I'll just go hollow in real life.
Oh my gosh.
See, Dino says, I actually think Sanderson does a good job with dialogue. Some of his characters aren't funny to me, but they all have different types of humor. Other characters I laugh a lot, different types of humor. Yeah. It's not so much that I think he's like 100% miss. It's just at times, I think another thing Sanderson does that really bothers me is he'll say like Dalinar's side audibly, and I'm like, what? Stop that. Don't say that again, ever, please.
Twilight is the worst of those, like whispered quietly, shouted loudly. Like
the smile didn't reach his eyes. Everyone uses that one.
The one that's used more than anything is let out a breath that they didn't know they were holding. That is the
shit. That's so true.
And once you know that it exists, you can't not see it. Where
yes,
it appears everywhere. Freaking Time of Blood, I was reading. I'm like, John Gwynne, you're better than this. You're better than this, John Gwynne. Like there was a let out a breath they didn't know they were holding. I'm like, John Gwynne, come on.
I actually think Abercrombie had a similar line to that in Wisdom of Crowds, and I can't remember what it was.
I'm certain that I don't know why it's so incredibly common in fantasy. It's everywhere. Maybe it's common in other books too, but like it is. Oh, it's definitely in the Poppy War, Ben.
Oh, I hate when they hear someone screaming and realize it's them. The Poppy War did a lot of things.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. Reading Rainbow, like that is so dumb. That happens more often than like you would think it does, and it's so dumb. Like, what do you mean you don't know it's you screaming? Yeah, it took me a second to realize what you were talking about. And then I'm like, that is everywhere. Like they heard screaming, and then they realized it was them screaming.
I hate the fake swear words as well. I have to admit, I don't mind the phased breath. I didn't realize I was holding, or the phrase, and smile did. The smile didn't touch the eyes.
Bothers me less than the breath.
It bothers me way less. It's just I've seen it so often that you don't get any points for me if you use that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And Joe did have something. I even have it in my short story. I said the smile couldn't seem to make it past the nose. And I actually did it kind of ironically because like my friends know I hate that phrase. Let's say I hate it. It's just I notice it.
Yeah, that phrase doesn't bother me. I think they're trying to convey a very specific thing, and I think that is the easiest way to convey that thing without saying, they smiled like joylessly or something like that. Because that's what a smile that doesn't reach your eyes is. It's a performative smile.
We know exactly what it means.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just the most succinct way. Because it's the most succinct way to convey that, it has now become cliche. Just like what Vermillionaire, which by the way is a fantastic name, Vermillionaire. Yeah, we do that in real life. I have done that also. I do that pretty much on the reg. But it's just it is the most, again, succinct way to convey that particular thing. Like something had you anxious or concerned or worried, and then now it's over, and then you're like, oh, I can breathe again. It's just the easiest way to say that. So because of that, it's become cliche.
Yeah, I agree. And Benjamin says sometimes too much showing. I kind of like the showing there. Like, I don't think it does any harm. Mm-hmm. I think it's whenever you try to be too obtuse or to use it multiple times. This is not the longest chatting window.
It is not. However, I was going to make sure that we weren't called before I took both gold, silver, and bronze, which I now have done. Yes. I now have all 3 trophies for the longest, because before this, like AP was 6 minutes away from taking the bronze from Jake. But now I have done that.
Oh, it's funny. Me and AP talked for 3.5 hours after the stream ended.
Good night,
dude. We went and it was a pleasure. It was an absolute pleasure. We went. I was gonna go eat, and then we just got rolling, and he started telling me all these stories about Erickson and stuff, and I was just like eating it up. And the next thing I know, I'm like, oh, that's another 3 hours.
That is, Jimmy. Do you realize we've been talking for 4 hours?
Yeah, bro.
I love this. That is absolutely insane. Oh my gosh, this is good stuff. I can't believe we've been talking that long. Never again.
I will headlock Alan when I meet him.
I am Mr. Glass, and my bones are very. That's right. I'm the goat of chatting with nuts. Sorry, Jake. You'll have to be on again and try to get your title back. But like, I was watching like with bated breath the AP stream, be like, is he gonna pass Jake? And then it cut it short 6 minutes too early.
What's up, Paul and Adam?
I probably should begin to wrap up because I have not eaten dinner, and it is.
It's midnight, bro.
It's a 11:15 here.
It's okay. I've had to pee for like 2.5 hours.
Oh my gosh! I've gone to pee 3 times. You haven't gone once.
Listen, getting up from this couch is really hard.
I mean, your kidneys have failed. Like you're now in dialysis.
A pee that never reached my urethra. It never quite made it.
That's unacceptable, Jimmy. What you've just said is unacceptable. You've now been canceled. Uh, you you may never appear on live television again, because we must include a 3-second delay so we can delete crap like you just said. You cannot say a pee that never reached my urethra. What?
It's much like a smile that never reached his.
It is nothing like that, Jimmy. It is.
Prove it. Prove it, Alan. I'll pee right now.
Please do not. Please do.
I will ruin this couch.
If it doesn't reach your urethra, you will not. You will not.
Where does it go?
It stays in your body, and the waste infects your blood, and you get sepsis and die.
Where do whores go?
I'm sorry, what?
Where do whores go?
HWHORES?
Do you remember this line?
What is that from?
Tyrion.
Oh my!
Remember the thing that happens with his wife?
I do. Yes, one of the best resolutions to a plot line ever. Good. That was when I first read that for the first time, because I've reread those books, multiple times. I cheered. I was so happy. Like
good. There's Punchy, then there's whatever Jimmy just said.
Oh my gosh, I am freaking dying. I am absolutely dying for that. So yes, Jimmy, that was such a great resolution to a plot line.
Was.
And then the final line of that chapter, where it turns out, in fact, that the rumors were not true.
They were not.
That was such a brilliant callback to stuff we've heard. Like that was such good writing. Like it is still such good writing.
Dude.
But again, like I talked about when we talked about Song of Ice and Fire before, I'd never seen it. Like it was so new. Of something like that, that kind of callback, like that was Pratchett level for me. I'm like, I had never seen anybody do something like that other than Pratchett. Yeah. And it was so good. Like
we used to do something like that in wrestling. If I worked a program with a guy for a couple months, he would, let's say he's a bad guy, I'm a good guy. He would hit me with like steel knuckles behind the ref's back 4 matches in a row. He'd keep finding ways to hit me with stuff, right? And then in our final match where I finally get to come up, and the story would be the referee turn, he goes to hit, I block it, he drops him, I put him on, I hit him, I throw them out, 1, 2, 3. So you get that repeated, like you spoon feed them, and they don't even know they're being spoon fed.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. And it was just so, like, I used to quote that last line of that paragraph like all the time with my friends who had all read it, because we were kind of reading at the same time, waiting for them to come out. And we used to quote that all the time. Be like, it turns out that did not, in fact, and then it's just such a good line. Such a good line. Jimmy, thank you so much for having me on.
Alan, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I know you got a lot to do, and
absolute blast. I'm just gonna eat and probably hit the hay tonight. It's again.
I'm sorry.
It's totally. This has been like what a great way to spend a Friday evening.
I mean, this is literally my favorite thing I do here on the channel.
No, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. Thank you for doing so.
Well, anytime. And folks, if you're not subscribed to Alan, I know you already are, but if you're not, go subscribe to Alan. He has history content, he has book, he has everything. And he's one of my very best friends here on BookTube. Really in life. I think I talk to you more than I talk to any of my friends ever,
yes.
To be honest.
Yes, I love the conversations that we have. It's good stuff.
It's wonderful. Everyone, thank you for joining us here on a Friday night in a very, very sexy September. Let me tell you what, it's been a good month, and we'll continue to have a good month because I'll be back in 2 weeks, and hopefully I can get Brian Lee Durfee as a guest. If not, I'll find another replacement. I just got to see if it works out with his schedule. But again, I want to thank you so much for being here. We've had a great time, and Alan will be back soon, I'm sure. If you want.
I hope so. Like, this is fun. Like, I can't wait. I can't wait to come back.
You're always welcome. Alan's essentially a semi-permanent host. Let's just be honest.
I'll be on the rotation.
Yes, and we'll talk about subjectivity in books and all other types of things. And
hopefully you will never utter the line, whatever you said.
P that never reached.
Stop it, Jimmy. No, I forgot.
I'm a poet. All right, everyone, hit the like button on this video. It does help out the live stream for folks who want to watch it after. It gets set up in the SEO and all that goodness. And if you want to support me on Patreon, that's down in the description. I think if it's not, it's on my profile. Any support is welcomed, whether it's just watching or if you want to go do that monetarily. I always appreciate it. So hope you all have a great weekend. I'll have a review out this weekend at some point for Wisdom of Crowds. And until I see you next time, be good, be safe, and remember to always keep turning the page.